Yeah, it's not funny. It's not funny. Okay. Okay, these are cured. So these were repaired last night. Um, Ready to put them back in. Okay. Yeah. Home cinema compulsive cinema disorder. Think about it. Quantity over, yeah, what's the word? Oh gosh, I've forgotten what it is. Quality and quantity. Quantity and quality. Yeah. What is quality? What is? Sometimes you buy something that's small and Amir on ASR tests it, and it's very small, and it's how much good quality it is, and then often it's the case it's not very good quality. It's got all these very unusual anomalies that otherwise you just wouldn't really notice unless you're playing sine wave tones and so forth, and then you notice these weird little things, but it doesn't mean that they are there. I mean, they're still there, but then life are, we have anomalies. We also have same anomalies, and if I could make my CB radio into an Atmos decoder, it would have 360 channel with below surround as well. It'll have 360 channels in just a small box. Yeah, look at the things that they are now, and even though they made amplification a little bit, I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. D class amplifiers or class D amplifier. So you can put as many into a U frame size box that might only be about that size, rather than a U frame size that size, 6U frame. So you can condense it. But the amplifiers have got to be fairly good. They must be tested thoroughly. But I'm afraid there's a little bit of a con with that, because the damn things are so damn expensive. Sometimes you get I think in some amps you get about, I think, maybe a 4U frame, and you can get up to about 32 channel amplifiers in it. I think something like that would be more ideal for the home. I don't know what about cinemas, because even if they're using, no, I don't think they're using those ones downtown. I think they're using Crown or QSC amplifiers. So that means there are literally probably at the most, I think, it's 1, 2, 3. I think 3 U frame, but they're just stacks of them. Literally, there's probably about 1, 2, 3 or 4 racks just with the amplifiers in. Flipping heck. Yeah. XLR cable arrived. A friend and I have just been talking over. He thinks I should just rip out the whole damn cables, which I kind of agree with. I don't like the cables; they look a little bit tatty. They look a little bit. As long as it works, I don't care how it's designed, as long as it works. But making it a bit tidier, and probably making a hole, so the cables can channel from here over into. But I also agree, it's been kind of like, I want to put the amplifier rack in my bedroom. I can change things around in the bedroom, and I can fit the rack alongside of the wall, And then, of course, the cables have got to come through. So it's drilling another hole and channeling the cables. But it will probably make it a little tidier. At least I wouldn't have an amplifier rack in the kitchen. And the same thing would apply for the Laserdisc players and everything. So that would just move into a different room. Should work when I power it, when I connect it up. Just gonna make sure I secured all the screws. But it would make it a bit better. Not exactly make my life any better. Positive to power, negative. Positive and negative is not necessarily kind of, but got to have a special signal, I think. Use a volt battery of 1.5 volt. Put it on the terminal, and you can see the cone going forward or the cone going in reverse. Blue, that goes there. That's black, and that goes there. That's it. See the blue and black wires get a little bit confusing. Okay, there we go. Just double check. Okay. Got this little voltage fuse thing inside. So these were getting, I think the other day when I was testing, I can't remember, I think it was the blow surround. Yeah. And I was getting somewhere up to about 100 dBc peak with the whole thing in the room. I think that was on a scene from Gravity. I was quite impressed with the below surround bit there. It was getting up to 100. A single one would probably be a little bit less, but when you've got several, then depending on what's mixed and if it happens to go to all channel sort of thing, then yeah, you get a double increase of the SPL level. A wow sort of thing. Okay, Allen key for this one. Okay. It's going to be very awkward to fit extra JBL in the room. It's going to be very awkward. But I like to see if a small room is possible. So far, I mean, I'm bragging. The speakers in the room would fit roughly a 400-seat auditorium. But it's just seeing if it's possible. If I were to go back, because I was looking at pictures when I used the JBL Control 1s, if I used the Control 1s for doing the surround channels, the overheads and the side and below surround, gosh, look at the size of it. I could fit quite a bundle of these in the room. I could do some additional matrix technique. I'll probably go from, I'll probably use my hybrid kind of number 3 version. So I'm kind of using hybrid number 1. If I want a hybrid to number 2, then I'll go from something like the present channel count with additional matrixing to make the sound steer in different direction and such. It depends on how well the film is mixed, how well it's engineered. I could go up to 37, 20, 0.12468. 1, 2, 4, 6, and 8. That's the sub bass channels. So depending on how they're configured for what film format, or how many I want to utilize. Actually, I could go a little bit further than that, because I could divert some of that LFE signal into the surround, into the sides, into the overhead, and use the Storm Audio's filtering. So it won't do damage to the speakers. It's just got to keep an eye on, like, sometimes an LFE signal might go a little high, but essentially it covers the same frequency range. Okay, it covers the same frequency range, like any other speaker. LFE only goes from 5 Hz up to 120, so they say. The full range channel only goes from 5 Hz up to 20,000 kilohertz. So it's covering the same, all it is just a crossover filter thing. Otherwise, it sounds pretty impressive when the LFE's diverted and do the blend with the other subs and do a specific blend, and then something like Revenge of the Sith, where the Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi grab their lightsabers, because they're like neck and neck on a table, and then they haven't got their lightsabers, they're laying on the floor somewhere, and then they just sort of like one reach out. Obi-Wan's got a little bit more force level. When Anakin reaches out for his force level is a little slightly less, so he could be a little bit less in the ways of the force. That's what I noticed in the signaling on the LFE. The level, Obi-Wan had just a few dB more higher than than Anakin. But it's interesting when it was, because it sounded so uniform as well. It was like the force was all around on the LFE. The force. Yeah. Okay, just make sure they're tighten. Okay. Okay. Put the grill back on. That one's ready to go back in the extra below surround channel behind the seating. Spot on. It can be a little kind of like, ooh, I'm not too sure what to do with this, refoaming and that, re-edge foam. And sometimes if it's worse than that, if the cone was obliterated because it got blown out and cracked, then you've got to strip out the whole damn thing and get a recomb kit. I haven't done one of those yet. Or it might be a dust cap where it's typically pushed in or it's broken. You just tear it off and just get a new one, put a little bit of glue on it, stick it on, let it dry. Sorted. Nothing to worry. You don't have to go out and buy a brand new speaker. Unless, of course, the speaker got completely, Wow. It's a small room. It's a small room. Actually, the room would be a little bit fraction larger if there wasn't a chimney breast in the way. It's only taking up 18 inches and 18 inches in depth and about 1, 2, 3, probably about 4 feet in the width and about 7 feet 8 inches in the height. Nobody uses chimneys anymore. Nobody uses them. Maybe very few that still traditionally used, but I think if you look at the percentage of how many household or whatever, or how many use, I think you'll find the chimney breast thing, that sort of is very low percentage now. Whereas once before it was very high, it was a necessity sort of thing. And now it's less because of the differences of gas central heating. But soon, eventually, the gas and all that sort of fuel will get depleted, and yet there'll still be an abundance in the sun itself. So what the heck we're going to do? Stick a pipe in the sun and start siphoning it? Oh dear, I think that'd be a bad mistake. Because you think the animal kingdom worry about that? It's just us. It's just we that worry about it. The animal kingdom and the others, they don't worry. They're not concerned. So eventually, it'll all be depleted. What the heck are you going to do? Got to grow trees, ain't you? What then? Slash and burn them? Oh, crying out loud! So barbaric. Barbaric. I like the way trees look as they are. I don't like seeing them burnt up. It's just for our survival. You think about it. And yet there's billions of other species on the planet that have been getting along quite fine, because they're evolved to these conditions. Take a fish out of the deep ocean and bring it up to the surface too quick, it'll explode. It's not meant to come up to the surface, like we are not meant to go down. If we descended too quick, we'll explode or implode. Because you've got to gradually do it and gradually changing the atmospheric, the pressure. So, that's why descent is so long. It takes long to get down. If you drop down suddenly, you won't be able to equalize the pressure. You'll implode. I think they should just make more advanced probes to send down, so you don't have to send, just like they do with sending probes to Mars or out in space, out in the universe. Then you don't have to risk someone going down. Design it so it gets really good picture quality, but good cameras, good lighting, very, very good lighting. See, it's very dark down there, very, very dark. Yeah, the imaging you get back is marvelous. It's like looking at the universe through a telescope down in the ocean. Okay. Yeah, I think we need to do a recone, refoaming. I think, best leave 20 overnight, let it dry, and then it's all done. All that glue on there is all got kind of sticky, tacky It's holding everything down, but with a sticky, tacky. So if it all comes out, pull it all out again, it'll be kind of elastic. Don't use super glue for whatever you do. Don't use super glue. Oh. You might think, oh yeah, does this, does that, but you don't use that on. Oh, good gosh, good golly, no, you'll wreck it. Turn it into a dog dinner. Okay, that was back on. Short terminal there. Okay. Personally, I prefer edge foam surround edge cloth, because looking at those JBL 83 series, they're made back in the late. Those designs were made back in the late 1980s. They're pretty durable. Okay, so makes that poof sound. So that's sealed. That's a pretty clever speaker, and it's still popular. It's still a little popular little bookshelf. And yes, they have been used in actual cinema in surrounds for surround channel. Local downtown used them in one of the smaller screens, screen number 5 and screen number 4, I think it was. I heard Apocalypse Now with JBL, not this JBL Control one, because there's several JBL Control one model type. But essentially, we look at them, they look the same. And they were kind of mounted with the bracket that goes, I think, on top here. And so it was mounted to the ceiling, and they were angled slightly down into the auditorium. Only about 4 of them, I think. There was only about 4 of them located. So they're beaming the sound down over to the seating area. There were probably a 2-way free screen JBL. Hard to say what model behind the screen. Hard to say. It's like blind listening. It's like a blind listening test, and you've got no idea what's behind the screen or where their actual position is. That is, of course, you stand that near to the screen, then you can suddenly locate. Oh yeah, I can hear the bass driver here and here and here. So the HF horn, it's just a little bit up. You just sometimes hear it. Sometimes. Otherwise, when you're standing back a little bit, you can't really tell until you stand near the screen. Once they're done. I think if anyone's really got compulsive disorder, okay, it's Dolby Labs. They're the ones with major compulsive disorder. And I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's amusing that they, because if anyway. But then I don't know. But if anyone's got compulsive disorders and all this and that, and if you're not aware that you've got compulsive, I am aware myself. I am aware. And I'm sick and tired of it. Whereas someone that has got that sort of order probably wouldn't even say, I am sick and tired of it, until their friends or family or someone else tells them, and try to reach out and try and help that person, because, but You might as well just say eBay itself. The whole site is a compulsive disorder. Things are being sold on it, and I don't want to sell something and just let it go to anyone. I want it to go to someone that respects JBL. So if it were sold to someone that's got a Bose or Calypse, I hate to think what the fate would be for that JBL. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. That's secure. It's like the Joker in Batman. I'm going to repair his speaker. Ta-da! It's fixed. Oh, flipping that. All right, I'll just connect it back up and I'll run some pink noise. Yeah. Yeah, this little bench here has been pretty useful. This belonged to my mum, and she probably did her arts and craft on it, arts and craft and such. In a way, I'm kind of doing a kind of art and craft of doing a repair or something. I haven't done anything much else on it, other than unless of course I happen to make something small. I've got a little model Voyager 1 or 2, a space probe one, but it's made of metal and you've got to assemble the parts and such. And it's very, very kind of different to me because I'm thinking, okay, I've just got to follow the instructions, and because I've never assembled anything like that before. It just looks very, very unusual. So I don't want to break it or botch it up. I'm surprised they just couldn't make one that was like a little model version. I don't want a big model version. I just want a small one of the space probe that can come in a box or such. And you take it out and take the styrofoam all out, and then it's all there already made. But I looked high and low, couldn't find one. I just want a little tiny little Voyager 1 probe. I think that grill's a little loose there, isn't it? Tighten it up a little bit. Just tighten in that's it. Oh, that's better. See how versatile that is? It's a good design. Okay. What's it there? So some of the tricky ones are the that's pushing down. Not that it's a big deal. Because this grill has a kind of bit of a bulge dome, kind of bulgy. Not that I'm going to notice it because it's going to be behind the seat. There we go. Okay. Just get these behind the seat. I don't know why I just don't go with these again. But the trade-off there is going to be the sound. I won't be able to experiment too much in the way with it. And then what? I add on some little sub-bass, little tiny speaker to give it bass extension. I'm back at square one again. They're cheap. They're cheap to get. So I did do a plan where I was going to have not an infinite amount of them, but quite a bit. So they would line the wall. So with a start up at up near the ceiling corner, whether it's vertical, the speaker, or if I put it horizontal. If I put it horizontal, I could put a few more of them in. But it's I don't know. It's a strive to get a uniform sound that you hear in nature for free. We hear it in nature. I don't take it for granted. I listen to it all the time and I think, is there some way to put that in the room, but with less speakers? But then it shifts, it moves. So if it's less speaker, it's going to be one speaker. So it's not going to really sound. It's going to be just well, yeah. So it's going to have a limitation to. Otherwise, it ain't going to fool me. At least on the fabrication of sound mixing, because sound mixing is just fabrication. It's fabricated, and you just got to try and create an illusion with the sound mix and then the speakers and yeah. Yeah, I think anyone in sound has got serious compulsive disorder. Anyone. Anyone into photography and such have probably got compulsive. Like I think, well, okay, astronomers that like doing what do you call it? Star picture stacking or something, where you got the telescopes looking at a certain whatever in the sky at night, and it's taken series of images over a duration of many hours, and you got flipping it. You got a lot of pictures there. I would say that's compulsive disorder, because you're going to throw away all the rest of it. Well, at least you're throwing away all the pictures. Well, I think they would, because you only want one picture afterwards. You don't want all the rest. Crying out loud, it's gonna be stacked on what, a memory stick or something. I don't know. You just get rid of it, wouldn't you? And then you got one picture there. That's wow. Look how detailed that is. That's outside of our solar system. It may partly still be maybe within our galaxy until it gets outside of the galaxy, because we got the solar system, and then we got our galaxy, and then outside of our galaxy, a bit of emptiness, and then there's another galaxy. Maybe there'll be another solar system within it. Maybe not. Who knows? Voyager space probes are not going to know that, because they ain't going to have any power on, so they ain't going to be able to send any information, even if they try to. It would take donkey years for the information to get back. The program's retired. There's no one watching it anymore. Their mission is completed. They can go home and put their feet up and have a drink and say, wow, that was a journey. But the journey is still out there traveling. 38,000 mile an hour. And yet one of the pioneers were going a little bit faster. One of the pioneer probes, Pioneer 10, Pioneer 11, they were going just a little bit faster. Not sure if it was 40 or 50,000 mile per hour. It depends on, what slingshot they get and the acceleration, then bam, that's it. They just keep on going. But they'll go right past the planet, no doubt. So I think the program is, because you got to put an electrical system on it, so it can, I don't know, be tested. It's got to be tested, and so it can come on, switch on, automated once it sensed something, and then the rest of the systems are switched on to, you know. So it's like having another type of a different type of nuclear power, and then converting that then into electrical power. The heat of it, turning the heat into electrical power. And then, of course, the dish and all that is still got to be facing, pointing back towards where we are. Otherwise, the signal, if it's pointing in a different direction, it won't be picked up. It'll just go way past. That's why Voyagers are always pointing towards back at this solar system, because they're outside of our solar system now. The Voyagers, they're outside of our solar system, still within few more hundreds of years just to get through this other type of whatever is out there, and then but they got to be pointing towards, and they're about 3 antennas or 3 ears listening. One at America, one in Australia, and I think somewhere one in Europe, right around Europe. So there's only 3 ears or so listening when the Earth's turning. So if they're sending some new command information, and then got to wait for, and then the other station will wait for to pick up the receive. Yeah, it's quite a bit of a complicated program, that. Voyagers. And you can probably see I'm not really interested. As you get a little older, or wiser, you realise this whole Atmos thingy, Bob, it's a bit futile. It's not 100% perfect. Otherwise, I could put Control 5s, JBL Control 5 in the room. That's a little larger. I mean, mostly the components in the 8330, because the 8330 is only a cosmetic design. If you think about it, it's only a cosmetic design. That George Lucas and Tom Holman, and then they're all the other engineers, they're testing these things out stringently to see if they handle this, and then they think, wow, this is going to be ideal for our THX system. Otherwise, maybe a JBL Control 5 would pass THX quality insurance. Yeah. I think a Control 1 would either. I mean, look at the certification now on THX and the speakers they test now on the Razer, or partly Razer owns it, Razer, and THX is but they're owned by Razer. But I just don't like the look of the new speakers they're pumping out for the home market. These center channel things, those don't belong, because the speakers have got to be usually identical matching. And now it seems like they're thrown that out the window, and they're just doing this now, and just so it passes certificate. Oh crikey! I wouldn't touch a center channel with a barge pole. I wouldn't want it for free. I couldn't put that center channel into a dog rescue cat shelter. Yeah. Otherwise, I think a bundle of these are probably better than a bloody sound bar. Because you're only hearing a sound bar. You're not really listening to the damn thing now, are you? Oh dear, this shit never ends. Oh dear, I'm sick and tired of it. Where's my head torch? God, just reminds me of the thing in the Towering Inferno. How many more? How many do I have to check? How many more JBL Control One do I have to check to see if it's got? I've got to do another repair on one. I think only a few. If there's probably only a few. But, yeah, there we go. Two done. Get this put in. Awkward getting those in on that. Press down. Yeah, think about it. Maybe the Spear Dome in Las Vegas has got compulsive disorder. Yeah. Okay. That one's done. Put that there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Let's tidy this up. Okay. So yeah, it's a good kit. That's a good repair kit. And you get all the glue with it. It's pretty cheap. That one. I think about it. Compulsive. I'm still thinking about compulsive and the disorder. Think about the military and all that. They've got a bad case of compulsive disorder. Their compulsive disorder is they want to annihilate, blow people to kingdom come. So there you think they got compulsive disorder. Everybody, even my cats have compulsive disorder. And I got a compulsive disorder. I want ice and lemon with the Pepsi. That's usually how it's preferably served. Last I checked. That hits the spot, that does. Otherwise, I see most I know, they just pour Pepsi out in a glass. And I'm thinking they didn't even think to put the ice in and a lemon. They probably haven't got a lemon in the fridge, or lemons. Yeah, but it adds a nice flavour and the ice just keeps it an extra coolness for. But if I go to a cinema, if I used to, I well, I'd rather take my own bucket of ice and my own Pepsi and my own slice. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think they even offer a slice of lemon at a cinema. To come to think of it, no, no. In all the cinemas I've been to, I've never seen like. All right, you fill up your Pepsi or your drink or whatever, and then you got and then you can buy a little lemon, yeah, or lemon slices rather, lemon slices, and they'll come out, yeah, because you can't have people handling, otherwise, yeah. I've never seen that at cinemas. Come to think of it, Weird, strange. No lemon. What are they thinking? No lemon. Wow. That's been turned on for a mo. I'm just going to check this processor's monitoring. Fan speed 50%, whereas the day before when I installed the new firmware, I noticed the fan speed after about an hour after the firmware install, the fan speed went from its usual 50% speed up to 75%. That's been on now for almost just over an hour, even though because I turned this on a little bit before, and so it's been on for just over an hour now. Internal temperature on the unit is 37 Celsius. Yeah. Do a little, what's it that? Little compulsive disorder screen capture. Even though the memory bank on it has got a database on the temperature over the course of its running time. Yeah. Everybody has a compulsive disorder. I'm aware of mine. Thing is, are you aware of yours? Everybody has a compulsive disorder. But yes, at the end of the day, I am sick and tired of this. Oh boy. Okay. I think the Star Trek First Contact will turn up tomorrow or on next no week. See what the First Contact's like. It's been a while since I owned that Laserdisc, but it'll be first time I play it in AC3. See what that's like compared to the DVD. Oh, I need more Pepsi now because I've got more ice there. Now I've got Pepsi. Iceberg right ahead with lemon. Iceberg and lemon right ahead. Yeah, I wonder if they serve special ice drinks with Pepsis and that and all that. Coca-Cola when they're playing Titanic at a cinema. So the ice is specifically put into a mold, okay, and you have this like iceberg sort of thing floating in your drink, if you know what I mean. Because believe me, some cinemas would do that, and so they got compulsive disorder. They would go to that length, I think. Let's make iceberg with a little Titanic, a little teeny Titanic there in the drink. Flipping heck. Unbelievable. To make money out on something that was a tragic event. Oh dear. So I've got a compulsive disorder. Cleaning my glasses. Yeah. Next bugger it says compulsive. Oh, I'll check you out and see how much blooming compulsive you are. Everybody's got it. Everybody has got compulsive disorder. Even the politicians have got lousy compulsive disorder. They're always compulsively bloody lying to the public. Oh, like they're looking out for our interest. I couldn't care less. Oh dear. We are surrounded by compulsiveness. It's closing in like it's stalking me. Dear. Oh boy, boy, boy. Oh dear. Oh wow. All right, check those out. Test them, see what they're okay. So I've got to go multi sub theater 2, multi stereo mode on. Go to main speakers, sub 2. What speakers have I got turned on? Because I only need to have a few turned on. Let me do those. Those on the screen. Where is it? Oh yeah, I was using the REW last night, wasn't I? Yeah, just remembered. Yeah, I was using the REW. Okay, I still need to turn off channels. Oh, hang on, let me just check the crown amplifier. So I think I switched off, muted, switched off the channels. So if I did that, it's still in the memory. That's the thing. If you buy any of these DSP amplifier things, like and they got the, I'm sure there's probably a factory reset button there somewhere. But you need the software. That's the problem with these DSP amplifiers. That's some of the problem there that I've noticed. So if the crown amplifier would completely malfunction, I'm stuffed. Otherwise, I think just a conventional amplifier, Class D amplifier, with outboard loudspeaker management. Because at least if the outboard loudspeaker management were to malfunction, it's just a case of simply repairing it, or you have to get a new model, another brand new one, because it might be completely out your hand if it's something really badly corrupted, and then you can't fix it. But if it's something like a common issue sort of thing, that could be fixed. But yeah, otherwise, the crowns they do the same version here that are non-DSP, but yeah, they're still all turned off. I thought so. Okay, so I'll just keep them switched off, so I don't need them on at the moment. I think I've probably got to manually turn off a few of the other amplifiers in the kitchen. Turn those off. It's only the rear ones, the rear extra below surround will be turned on now. Open the REW. Okay. So fade it down to yeah, that's a fucking thing. Always weird. Oh, why is this shit always doing? That's something to do with the. I'm trying to think. That glitch when the computer's turned off. Hang on, what do I have to open sometimes to turn it back on? Was it the REW? Or was it something to do with the. Yeah, it's something to do with that. So the computer sound is turned off. I'll go back into the store. Is it something to do with the input? That's it, input. Go to input. Let's see. Has that activated it? No. I'm not sure it's the input. So is that the 5? And then go back and then change that back to 7. No, it's still not come on. It's the little bloody computer sound is turned off. Shouldn't do that. It's bullshit. It's total BS. It's nothing to do with the REW, is it? REW is turned on. Turn that back on again. Go to the tool settings, preference. No, nothing's activated yet. I always have to go there. So I'm gonna have to make a note of this because I get confused. I have to make a note, so I go to this procedure. This is like an Apollo 12 incident with the lightning strike, and go to SCE to auxiliary. Huh? What the heck is that? And then it rebooted all the systems on the command module. So they were all completely thrown out of synchronization, and yet it's very fortunate the one of the guys has seen the malfunction before and memorized and remembered it, because there was a kind of glitch with the it's amazing that thing could even got off the ground. It's amazing. I need like an SCE to auxiliary switch. Yeah. Turn that bloody volume thing back on. Because I can't turn it on because I've got to go to somewhere else to activate it. Oh, where the heck is it? I've done this a few times and I haven't written it down on paper. I should write it down. I'm going to get some bloody paper so when I find it, I know where to go to next time. Oh. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll make a little note on the computer, a little notepad sort of thing. That's it. Make a little notepad. Type it down. Where the heck is it? So if I click on the volume setting, oh, I know where it is now. I know. I remember. It's in one of the other settings on the volume thing, and then as soon as I go to there, it turns back on again. Yeah, just remembered. But which one is it? Is it more setting? Bingo, it's back on. Okay, more settings. Okay, more settings. Well, I've got a print screen there. Fucking, I'll just print that. Put that in my little folder. More settings. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, what's that blank? Can't see the bloody thing. Okay. What's going on with that print? Why is that in the bloody middle? It should be over there. Right on me. What's this one? Doesn't make sense that. Shouldn't be doing that. Did the other one. That's a shrink right down there. It's a bit too long. Touch scroll with that top side. That's too large for that. 100%, that's better. Okay. Close that. Close that. Just set down. Bloody hell's the image? It's okay, I've typed it down. So up with the paint. So it's up with the paint now. Let's try and get this reconfigured. So it's got this configured. Right. That's in the middle, it should be over there. Let me scroll it. So let's put it so it's a setting on there somewhere on the top. What's this one here? Search pixels. No. That one there. No, that one. I don't know what else doing. That there again. No. Upload. Okay. Search preference. That's not right there. Flashlight sense. View. No. Should be over there. Way to shift it up over there. System setting. Appearance. No, it's none of those. Gone in any of those. So I must have last time must have exited the whole thing. I probably pressed a button or something without knowing. Just need to shift that over. Is there in a minute? I need to shift it back up there in the corner. It's usually where it's located. Settings. Hang on, set. Hang on, no, where it's set. No. Build title. Set. Build, hang on. No, that's nothing to do with that. Cancel. View file. Zoom. No. Image. Size and skew. No. Import canvas. Image properties. Have a look. Image properties. Pixels, centimeters, inches. That's that. No, no, no. 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 Over. Let's down large. Got 100%. Okay. 100%. I think. Oh, that's okay. So, do that in a moment. I'll get to this, back to this bloody lawsuit. Sine wave on. Okay, I've got the tone out of that. That's better. Not making that buzzing noise. You can partly feel it, and because the speakers are sat laying on the floor on the part of the, I can partly feel that frequency, as well as hearing it quite kind of on the bit loud. So because they were coupled differently, shifts that frequency shifts as it's playing. Move the speakers slightly. It's kind of like sitting in different seats and then listening, because the way sine wave tones are interacting with the room and then what they impact against, and then it shifts the wavelength for that frequency and it shifts it. Say her 63, mind you, is going through a because that output is going into the extra channel, the extra channel on the Dolby SA10. So when it gets down a little bit low, there is about roughly 100 Hz roll off filter. I think it's, I'm not sure if it's 6 or 12 dB roll off, starting 100. This is so to minimize any bass leakage going into the surround. But now today, that's full range and all sort of thing. Um, Depending on what film mode you're playing, what film. Otherwise, yeah, get a bit 80 Hz there. So 5 kHz, 6, 8 kHz. I can just about hear 8 kHz squeaking behind the seat. I can just about hear it. Of course, I can go up a little bit more on the fader, but not to chance by going too far. Got to bear in mind, the voltage level going into the tweeter. But yeah, that's not too bad there. That's not too bad. It's very kind of faint. Almost sounds like the tinnitus. 10K. No, I can't barely notice it because it's not. 10K, I can't notice it because the speaker's firing upward and the speaker's down here and there's a seat here. So if the speaker were aiming directly at me, yeah, I'd have no problem hearing 10,000 kilohertz. Yeah, but that's not bad. That's not bad. It's working again. Let's fade it down a little bit. That's good. I think I'll test the other ones without, to see what they're like. So I'll turn off the other one, turn the level off on the back one, and turn the other ones on. I think I need a refill. Oh, that's the thing with the THX Cinema. Refill. My little muggies are settled down now. Magic's having a little kind of cat nap. Bear's having a compulsive fur licking disorder. The fur vexes him, or he wants his fur like we want our hair, you know. Oh dear, or we want our t-shirt or whatever the heck, I don't know. Anyway, turn the fader down. Turn it up a bit. It's okay so far. Not noticing any snags. 1.6, 1.2, 2.5, 3.15, 4K, 5K, 6K, 8K. And because mostly some of the speakers are down on the side and some one below the seat, it's pretty good when they're below the seat because it gives a diffused sound, kind of like a dipole speaker, because the sound's kind of reflecting and then it spreads it out a little bit because it's not kind of 100% localizable. It kind of spreads out a little bit. Otherwise, the seat thing here wasn't there, and so I was just holding myself here with no seat bucket. I would hear the difference in the sound, the sine wave or the pink noise. Pink noise as it is, and pink noise. Put it on. Let's turn those other ones off. That's better. Had the other amplifier turned onto the other crown. Was it dropping out a little bit on and off there? Okay, that's okay now. Yeah. Let's move this one down that way a little bit. Move the speaker. Move this one up a little bit. So I've got two down on the side, one in the middle. So it's a nice, wow, sitting here. Sounds like the sound is there somewhere. But, it's just shifting the position slightly. That's okay. Test it going on sine wave. So I had the other amplifier on for the other height channel. Didn't I forgot to turn that one off. Sounds okay. Sounds okay. Okay, I'll turn that one off and turn the ones on at the front. Turn fader down. Sounds okay. Go through the sine wave. Because of where the speakers are located. Because there are little obstacles in the way. There are obstacles in the way. I can't hear everything. Yeah, so I've got an obstacle in the way, like the air conditioner over there. So I've got the speaker over there. Boom. So I've got obstacle in the way. I've got obstacle in the way here. Obstacle in the way. But it sounds. I can still hear the sound. It sounds diffused. Sounds a little diffused because of the way the obstacles in the way are, preventing. So if I put pink noise on, I put noise, pink noise. Turn fader down. Okay, turn it up. It sounds like a little muffled and like it needs a bit of top end. But if I move around, I can hear the top end. It's okay now. It's okay now. Standing here at this like it's like wow, sounds a bit diffused. Uh, Toward the back. Yeah, it sounds like it's in front somewhere, but can't really tell. Can't really tell because it's kind of diffused. Kind of like real sound would be. So if you play a real sound pink noise and got a big speaker on very high up and moving it around sort of outdoor sort of thing, you'd kind of hear these sort of weird things like, that's a speaker, but it's like a compulsive audio disorder, speaker disorder with people, You don't have to be a professional. I think professionals are an overrated disorder. Otherwise, I'm a goddamn professional. I've been doing this enough bloody decades now, so I should be a professional. And then you could be a professional. I think professional is just a BS word. Anyway, otherwise, if I move the obstacles, I need something there at least just for the audio mixer in case I use it sometimes. Because it is a lab, but what could I think? Am I presently? Not exactly presently using, and I don't need it. It's a place that I can, if I'm setting it up, I can have it laying on the floor, and then once I've finished with it, pack it up and put it one side, put it out of the room. Air conditioner, I'm afraid that can't, and that's going to make it weird then because there's an obstacle there, and if there wouldn't be an obstacle here, that's going to sound too bright sounding, and that's going to sound too muffled. So, where to put an air conditioner? I mean, I don't need the air conditioner on now until springtime. But if I get hot sometimes, if I do it, and I'll just like turn it on, cool me down for about a couple of minutes. Couple of minutes. Humidifier. I could locate that position. I don't know where, but usually it seems to work good there. Otherwise, there's no real position to place it at the back. Not even in between the seats here. Not if I have someone want to sit there at the back row, or so it's going to be in the way. Just looking where. Oh gosh, nowhere really. Nowhere. Yeah, stay. It works. I mean, the sound works. Yeah, system's okay there again. Okay, it's not a problem there. Until a problem arises, and I've got to fix it, repair it. Oh. I think I'll play a bit of Gravity. I like that movie. Turn everything on. Oh, didn't do a final check on the I think I'll do one on the yeah. Turn that other extra off. Turn on the height number 1 on. Yeah, so this crown. This Inuka. No fan. I haven't got any fan on it. It's just an open back. The fan. I must have was going to do put a replacement fan on it, and then I probably decided to get an NX and such. I don't know why, because it's slightly different in a cosmetic design. But hey, you know what? If no one likes the look of the damn thing because it's silver, just get some spray paint and spray it black. Does it come in black? Yes, Mr. Wayne, it does come in black. Okay, otherwise you can spray that silver bit there and that bit, whatever. I don't know. You can customize it. Otherwise, it's running cool as a cat. Running cool as a cat. Otherwise, I think you could probably do the same thing with these because I did the same, but I did notice a bit of a temperature rise on these ones. But if you leave the top plate off or somewhere a little bit so the heat can ventilate out, then that's not a problem. Don't really need. I don't think you would really need the fans on the crown amplifiers. Just do a modification where the heat will just get ventilated out from. But if you're encasing the heat, you're going to need a fan on it, aren't you? Otherwise, these Behringer DEQs, they get pretty warm. These amplifier Crown, Alesis, they get reasonably sort of warm, but not baking hot sort of warm sort of thing. Crying out loud. I mean, really, I think this fan thing is a damn conspiracy. The Dolby CP200 doesn't have any fans on it. Technics doesn't have any fans. Denon has got 2 fans. I think they're located down at the base, so they just turn on when it's using in amplifier mode. If it's using in processor mode, it's not running as much heat, so it's just the processor. When you think about it, isn't this Storm Audio a processor? So why has it got a fan on it? Okay, Dolby CP500 down there. I disconnected the fan on it because it was really loud. There are 2 little fans on it, they're cooling, and I disconnected the fan. It's been running fine, not a problem. The only card mostly inside the unit is the Dolby noise reduction cards. Those usually get the hottest. that I've noticed by touch. That is, by touch, they get pretty warmish. So, other than that, the rest of the process is running cool as a cat. The Behringer DCXs, they get kind of warm. I think personally, I should just take them out of the rack, drill some holes down the side of the units, so then the heat can vent out, and somewhere down the back if it's doable, and so that the heat will flow out. SDDS. It's got a fan located there down at the back near the PSU, the power supply. I disconnected that quite a while back, and it's been running no problem. It does get warm inside these components here, so I'll put my hand on it. It's kind of warm. It's touch because it's not too bad at the moment because there's no heat wave or hot temperature, so they're just running. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem there. CP750. It doesn't have any fan on it. It gets mildly warm, but it doesn't have a fan on it. A CP650, I think, has got a fan on it. CP850, CP950 has a fan on it. Yeah, all the other Dolby CP processors, CP50, 100, 200, 55, 65. They don't have fans, and nor does a Dolby SDU4, and yet the cat card 150 gets pretty damn hot, but it doesn't have a cooling fan on it. Think about it. And I'm kind of like hearing this fan, it's whirring slow at the moment, about 50%, and I barely notice it. When it was about 75, and I was noticing it a little bit, like a sound effect on this side slightly. But other than that, I think there's a fan conspiracy, if you ask me. I think this thing needs to be tested a little bit more thorough. I don't think this testing would be done on ASR, in a thorough way with videos and picture, or rather videos, and everyone doing videos and doing their findings. Because ASR, I find audio science review to be toxic sometimes. Too many damn trolls coming on that site. I might have been considered like a troll one time, and someone else might be considered. And then, what you contribute or whatever, what you talk about, I don't like to reply to newbies personally, because I just think they're stinking little trolls. And ASR's got a bit of not a bad rap, I would say, but Headless Panthers. I think Headless Panther is a little bit more civilized than if it were me, I would be throwing it into the cat litter, and that's not just stepping on the toe a little bit. That's like taking a hammer and bang on the toe. Ow! Cat litter. Yeah, Headless Panther is that's tame, but it seems to peeve off a lot of industrial people or whoever's connected or inside or whatever. It seems to peeve them off. But yeah, I'm surprised. It's all about audio science review. And audio science review mostly, I notice most members don't even post videos. It's like they're cowards. I'm just going to say that again, cowards, and they're just too chicken to post a bloody video. I don't care what your room looks like. Probably looks like my room. Probably better than my room. I don't care. I'd rather see, because what is audio science about? It's about audio and science. And so you need to see I see people posting something, and it's like I've got this strange buzzing, or it's a strange this and that. I can't decipher the words of that into whatever the bloody heck it is, and nor can anyone else. And they're just too damn lazy to do a video, post a video and say, can anyone figure out what this noise is? And someone might come along and think, I know exactly what that is. I've noticed it before, and they provide the cure or to like how to fix it, correct it. Job done. Otherwise, you've seen reading pages and pages and pages. Bloody hell! Do a video for God's sakes. So I've just run through basically what pieces of equipment get hot, and I'm thinking, why the bloody hell do I need all those fans running on those Class D amplifiers? Unless the damn thing suddenly goes bang, pop, whatever. Which I've got a one crown amplifier I need to fix. I'm just not motivated to put it on the bench and fix it. It's just laying in my bedroom on the floor. I just got to get right down into the base of the amplifier, identify the part, and then order a new part, and then put it in and just turn it on with a kind of cringe sort of thing, because I think it might go bang again and then turn out all the electrics because it shorts it out because of the spike in the voltage. If it turns on, and I think, oh, it was just that component that failed. Huh. Otherwise, you think about the amplifiers, they got to run at a very high voltage and all this blah, 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 That's when they get hot. But if they're averagely, you work out the sound pressure level, what you need in the room and all that. There's no need running those amplifiers with the bloody fans. People, why you put fans in a room, you just lower your noise, you just raise your noise floor where it should be quiet. And then you add in amplifiers, got fans, and then you raise your noise floor, and then it's continuous all the time. And then it just means you've got to turn the volume up louder. Yeah. Other than that, I don't really notice the fans too much because they're in the kitchen, and all I have to do is close the door, and I don't notice them. Apart from that video projector, I still haven't even got round to doing that yet. I've got to put it on the bench and figure out why is it making this whirry little sound within a certain frequency range, and then try and figure that out. It might be a very simple thing. If I can't figure it out, well, I'm pretty sure I would. Might be change the stock fan. Well, the video projector, that definitely needs a cooling fan on it, because those lamps get pretty hot or whatever. You need a cooling fan on those sort of things. And even if you got small little lamps for projectors, you shouldn't mess with them because they're under high pressure. You mess around with the thing, it could explode in holding it there, and suddenly, bam, and you got little splinters of glass going in your eye. You'd be blinded. So you think of all the other components, like all these big OLEDs and that, they haven't got a cooling fan on it. And those things, when you touch them, are kind of warmish. But then you get to those pathetic bloody plasma screens, and those things are just ridiculous. You put your hand on it, and it's like, what the bloody hell? You think damn thing's not malfunctioning under that sort of pressure of heat. Well, at least you'd be able to put those videos on it, fireplace, and you can just feel the warm heat coming off that plasma screen. Otherwise, I think plasma screens are they kind of phased that out totally, because they're not exactly environmental sort of thing, will they? Yeah, when you turn off equipment at the end of the day, turn it all off. You're not using it here, turn it, switch it all off. Otherwise, it's still idling and still drawing a little bit of voltage. Switch it all off. It's like when we go to sleep, we're running at a very low kind of level. And then when we're up and moving around steadily, and that level there goes up a little bit, you know. And in my case, my health, blood pressure goes too low sometimes, and then I can barely stand on two legs. I can barely stand. And so that's it. I've got to call quit. Go to bed. I can. Yesterday, I was feeling lousy. I had low blood pressure. I was feeling lousy yesterday. I don't know how many hours it lasted for. I can't recall. Pretty much most of the day until I go to bed and then wake up and I think, oh, that's a little bit better. But it can come on any day. It can come on any moment again. Oh, so it's like a capacitor, I suppose, like components and such, and something goes slightly, and it's not supplying the pressure or voltage to components. The component needs to be replaced. I might try and make an effort to get that DVHS D theatre. Try and make an effort to get that D theatre up and running. All I need to do is just replace all the capacitors that are needed to replace. I can't remember how many. Only so many, because I've got so many capacitors. When ordering the capacitors, you get a pack of them, and certain other ones, and I've got all the components. While I'm looking on this one, I can look on something a little bit larger, than the what's it? I'll try and remember where to find the bloody information. Can't get no satisfaction. Nor can my kitty. He can't get satisfaction. Oh, what am I typing kitty cat? JVC. I can't remember the damn model number. Oh. Can't remember the. Let's see. JVC. Spell that wrong. Okay, gotcha. I can't find any information on the Las Vegas Sphere, what its echo time decay is. But then you just listen to anything that recent in a video, like a U2 concert or something, and just you got to listen to certain bits of sound, like when they're speaking on microphone, make a sound, and then if they have a pause between that, a few, and then just count the second. But that Las Vegas thing, I think, is overrated. I wouldn't put that Las Vegas dome into a dog cat rescue shelter. Oh, with that echo, oh, no way. I wouldn't be able to bear listening to a concert or even a voice in that thing for about less than 10 seconds with that echo. Oh, it's like a gigantic echo. It's like a 2.3 billion echo chamber. And U2 are going, oh, this is like a graffiti. I think they're overrating the damn place because it's like an echo chamber, because I can barely understand their vocals when they're singing. Because the sound's just overlapping and it comes back. It's just like a cacophony of like echo. I can't understand that. Come on, that's not intelligibility. It's like a musician doing an actual recording and they had too much damn echo on it. And they're can barely sing clear vocals, and the whole thing's like a complete mess. Might as well just have no vocal and just leave it for instrumental. And it's like, wow, the instrumental sounds better than the vocal. You know, if they can't get the balance right, you can't understand. It's like being on the CB bloody radio. Two stations setting up an experiment. We're going to broadcast. I know you're there and we're here and we've done these tests, right? We're going to broadcast at a certain time and we're going to completely over mod everybody else. You know, we're going to throw out several thousand kilowatt and completely over mod everyone. Oh dear. Just trying to remember where that what's it is. I think it might be this one. Let's have a look. Because somebody posted the information. No, look under images. Maybe I'll go and put a few other keywords in, like capacitors. Might be this one, and there might be a link to it.
There's a brand new AI tool that does.
Fuck off advertisements. Bloody scammers. Get lost. They don't contribute anything other than scamming. Let's have a look more. Link of that's it.
This is a D theater VCR. Now,
Bingo. Hang on.
Never heard of such a thing.
Okay, I've got that sound coming from below me. It was this one. But no, there was a picture and a total list of the components with a specific order in which to do the repair. And this is going back a few years or two, because it's a pretty common fault that I think JVC must have planned, you know. Because don't they test these? Here we go. That's it. That's it. That's what I'm looking for. That's it. I recall now. Okay, capacitors. All the capacitor types. So how many are there? There's 1, 2. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. Count again. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so I only got to replace 17 capacitors. And it should turn on. Yeah. So there's one person here on this link on a website. This is going back quite a while. And he says he replaced all the capacitors. And he says now the VCR turns on well. Input, output, video and audio, signal, TV, okay. Because what was happening there was the unit's still turned on. You could put a tape in, it would play, but you got this little thing that goes around. You got this little symbol that kind of moves around. Yeah, and that's what I wasn't seeing. And plus, there was nothing there on the screen, no sound as well, not even not even an optical red light. So I look at the back and I can't even see so there was some of those capacitors there are supplying voltage because it's converting. So the AC free voltage is coming in, then it gets steps down into DC, and then some stage goes over here to power this part of the player, another over here and over here. And so what was going on there is probably the video and audio side of the player was not getting supply of correct voltage. That's what I think, because it's just like anything. If you've got something with a variable voltage and you're playing something and then you gradually turning it down and down, eventually that unit's not going to play because it's not getting the sufficient voltage. If you overdo it, it'll burn out, break the unit. So it's got to be within, yeah. So that's the trick to it. Yeah. So I've got all the parts. I think I've got all the parts in the bag, all those capacitors, because they had to come from different suppliers, and then I put them in a bag. So I've just got to take them all out. So it's 18 capacitors. Just mounting the board down, mounting it down so it doesn't move, and then going in there, desolder, take that one out, and then as soon as I take that one out, I think I'll replace it, put the new one in, and then take the other one out and put the new one in. Do that. Start from the bottom and work up, or the top and then work down in that order. Not going random. Just start there and then work way through what capacitors need to be. Otherwise, I'm going to forget how I'm going to forget. And I'll do that in a special video live when I've got the time to do it. I just don't like these. I just don't like soldering. I just don't like it anymore. But I've got a soldering iron, and it's not a big deal thing to do. It's not like I've got to solder up bloody XLR cables. Oh, those things suck. They're so tricky. But yeah. Okay, so make a copy of that link page. I think there's somewhere else. There's another another sort of thing. Not even sure if it was on this one. Plus, the DVHSs are very overrated. Crying out loud. The most highest they sell for is just over 1,000. What? I forgot what I got mine for. I think it was a few hundred or so. They do some good models and some not so good models, and also they got a fan on it. They got a cooling fan on it. And I'm thinking, is it necessary? You figure out, you figure these things out, and you think, oh, this doesn't really need a fan. I think they're just hyping the bloody thing up too much by sticking a bloody fan and making it fancy. Otherwise, the fan's just drawing more bloody voltage from the damn thing, isn't it? Otherwise, look at all the other VHS players. I don't see a fan on the damn things, unless it might be a large U-matic player or something. Yeah, that might have a fan on it. Probably overrated. probably need food cooling. Yeah, but then you use liquid cooling, don't you? What the bloody hell am I going to do? Submerge the bloody VHS player in liquid cooling? I don't think that bloody tape is going to work very well. Because it's non-conducted, you know, so it won't short out the electrical components. It's a special. It's amazing that we come up and find these things, isn't it? It's amazing. Yet you think about all this stuff, all like the computer and all this shit. Yeah, the YouTube, it's existed. It has existed for billions of years. It was just waiting for someone to come along, discover or invent and put it together. Otherwise, the parts of everything and all that has existed for billions of years, hidden within the earth, and you just go digging around. There might be a few more things out there. Yeah. Maybe something to make a better sound system, for Christ's sake, where I don't have to use hundreds and hundreds of bloody speakers. Something different, something more flat or thin that can put out a good sound pressure level, sensitivity as such. I might do something a little bit later, and might just for a little bit of fun. You know, a little bit of fun. I'm just going to try. But oh yeah, there's that video again. So I'm just going to have a little quick glance through, because I think I've watched it a couple of times before. Oh yeah, this one. Oh yeah, it's definitely this one. Yeah.
And I'll put a link in the description.
So he's got all the parts. That's it. He's got all the parts there. He's got the same. He's got the same one as I've got.
Now I looked online and find one that doesn't power up, and I'll replace all these capacitors. So what's a capacitor? Capacitor, the unit that you're going to have here, this box.
This is the power supply.
Disconnect are all labeled. Who sold me these parts?
Yeah. I got all the parts that this guy recommended. I got all the parts that this guy recommended there. Obviously, yeah. There you see. There he is. That's what it should do when putting the tape in, whether it's VHS or D-theater tape. Supply there. That's what it should do. Should do this sort of thing. And that symbol thing's not coming up on the player. The time counter and everything works except for the other thing. So I know that there's a malfunction there. There's not enough voltage getting to the unit. I thought at first that, because I hadn't played the player for about a couple of months or so, and I think during the winter, I thought and the tape usually you got little things like that. They're like that, and they bring the tape up near to the head drum. Usually they're retracted back a little bit on a regular VHS player, but on the DVHS sort of ones, they're a little bit more nearer to the head drum. So the moment you start, it's pretty instant almost. And I thought the tape being slightly near the head drum, I thought maybe humidity or the temperature, and it got moisture on it and sort of thing. And even the guy that I bought it from, he was a bit clueless. He was totally clueless to the problem. And then they just say, "Hey, send it this and that." Well, I'm thinking, "Oh, that's bullshit." Otherwise, these decks are a little bit notorious for power supply failure. It's just down to JVC probably using low-grade components and not thoroughly QC quality control checking those components. Otherwise, like I say, I've got vintage JVC Consumer Professional in my kitchen, and it still works. I haven't played it in a while, but it's definitely way older than the other one. Yeah, so I might motivate myself. Because it's not a necessity. It's kind of curious sort of thing. I'm surprised with the quality with the DVHS. I'm pretty surprised with that quality. It's digitally encoded onto the tape, the magnetic tape. I was pretty, as an ex-projectionist, I was pretty thoroughly impressed. Because I had very low expectation until I only had a first movie was The Peacemaker. The one with George Clooney, and when he's in the helicopter and he yells up, "Those fuckers you can shoot!" Boom, 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 flipping, feeling the bass, flipping that. I'm pretty sure the sound mix might have been a little bit different than the DVD. But, I need to do ABC comparisons. But it was pretty good. And the image quality, wow. Occasionally, when you reverse and play back again, you do occasionally see a little pixel, and those pixel issue things, they could crop up. This is so cool. Who are you, Brian? Who are you, Brian? Afternoon, Brian. Afternoon, Brian. Where are you? Where are you? Am I sitting in? No, I'm retired. So I'm just relaxing. It's what you should be doing, retired. Relax. Don't do it when you want to go to it. Just relax. Crikey. There's enough of this around today. Oh, you got question marks there. So, are you English? You must be. Are you England, America, Germany, France, Australia? Are you in the Antarctic? Have you found something up there? Something. Where are you, Brian? I'm sitting in. I'm sitting. I'm relaxing. I'm sitting. I'm sitting. I'm just rambling, and I'm just waiting for the trap door to suddenly open up and they. Oh, I've just got eaten by alligators in the sewer. Oh no, I'm just generally relaxing. Anything I can think up to make a common home cinema sound a little bit better than the average. Any ideas? So I've just got repairs to do today, which I fixed some speakers last night. Repaired some speakers. I'm just relaxing at the moment. There's not much to do, is there? We're stuck on this planet, aren't we? Yeah, we've seen. I can look at pictures and think, "Wow, I'd like to go there," but then I think the picture's good enough because it's just the view that's different. It's going to be the same atmosphere of pressure, and there may be a difference in plants and vegetations and such. It might have a smell or the culture of people or the food and that. You know what they say, when you go to a country, you don't go there to eat it. You go there to look at it, because you probably only go there once. Of course, you have something to eat, but don't spend enormous money just to eat. Makes no sense. You go there to look at it. You think they went to the moon and they're having gourmet, luxury, 5-star quality bloody meals? They were having really lousy meals. But they're mostly going there to do exploration, and then that's it. They probably won't go there again. So once in a lifetime sort of thing. So if you go somewhere to another country, I'll be videoing it. And the last thing I would probably take a little bit of sand or dirt and then put it in a little container so I bring it back. I guess if everybody did that, the country will get smaller and they think, where the bloody hell is all the beach sand going to? Can you imagine that? The beach, the sand was like there, and then suddenly it's down there. What the bloody hell all this beach sand go to? So you take a bit of, on your trip. Otherwise, you only go there once or twice. It depends, doesn't it? I like to go to Hawaii. I like to go to Hawaii for about 5 days or so. See those green pasture of the trees and I think it's still an active volcano. But if I go there, I gotta go there. Well, that's the problem with my health condition. If I get depressed or anything, I'm what? Gonna be stuck in a hotel room? What the bloody hell have I come all this way for? Do you think most of the time they can only go outside because they've only got so much to do on Apollo? As missions improve, they can improve things and such, and duration of exploration, the duration time of survey, explore. Yeah, you got to, weigh all these dynamics. Otherwise, I know, no, I know most people that I know. They'd just be going there for the luxury of it and everything. I'll be going there for bloody capturing all the information. I'm only going to go there once, and I don't want to be stuck with depression and stuck in a bloody hotel room because you're going to be what? At the most, the way I would do it, gritty and that, I'll get up. If I have to push come to shove, I would sleep on a bloody bench. Stuff the hotel, stuff the motel. I can adapt, I can overcome, I can improvise. If I want to wash up, I go to public toilets. They got sink there and all that. I can wash up. Sorted. They probably, yeah, I can find plenty of ways around that. Eating, bum. Yeah, just go to a local shop, find a local shop, get some supply, something that you can survive on, like Crocodile Dundee, and get some of that. Yeah. Otherwise, sometimes when you buy a package and all that, the hotel thing might be included and that. And to go to Hawaii roughly would be about 1,500, 1,400. But when they went to Apollo, when they went to the moon, it didn't cost them a single penny. Didn't cost a single penny. They send them to the moon. They pay them. They pay them to do the, That's, of course, if they can make it back. And then, of course, spend the money to be like, being like rewarding a cat or something with a bit of biscuit or something. Yeah. If you go on a space rocket on an Amazon, goes up vertical, it comes back down vertical. Yeah, costs a few million or two. If you join ESA or NASA, they pay you. Isn't it a balmy world we live in? I think it is. I think it's pretty balmy. Is it a mini? A mini? Actually, funny enough, you say that. I could probably put at the very least. I think if it was up there and then comes back down to here, that'd be about the bonnet area, and then if the chimney breast wasn't in this room, I could fit at least. Probably won't be able to do the height, no, because the mini Cooper is, I think it stands about this high, so it's about that high, I think. So it partly go through the ceiling by a few inches anyway. So lengthways the vehicle probably about one. about 2, maybe about 3 Mini Coopers on the floor. 3 Mini Coopers. If it was a smart vehicle, they're even smaller. I could probably stick about, gosh, because those things look like they were made out of a science fiction movie, those things. I don't know, I guess I could probably put about maybe 6 of them in the room. But the room length is only 16 feet. A typical 16 feet from the front of the wall down to the back. And then I think it's 10 feet and about just under 11 foot. It's just under 11 foot, going from over here over to here. But because I've got a chimney breast in the room, I got to make the illusion the screen is large. Yeah, look at the OLED. I mean, it's tiny, it's dinky. But the projection screen's only an illusion. Because I'm only that's why the surround speakers are located a little bit over this way. Otherwise, if the chimney breast wasn't there, yeah, I would need a bigger projection screen because then it wouldn't fit to the size of the room. I see a lot of projection screens and they look still tiny on the wall. It's not easy to get a fixed screen. That's not fixed. It's what you call a fixed. It's acoustically transparent. And this was cheap. This was really cheap. That was really ultra cheap. That was as cheap as fish and chips. And I had to look over eBay. I had to keep looking and looking and looking and looking and then suddenly I thought that would fit. That would fit. It's only 100 horizontally from here. Otherwise, from the actual screen in width, it would be a little bit less, but it's about 109 inches. 109 inches over. Yeah, it fits okay. It works. It works. It's typically what you usually see in a multiplex today. A room is square. It doesn't have any cylindrical shapes and such like the classic cinemas, because where can you find a classic cinema now? They're completely, the process has been ongoing for decades. You know, you see classic ones and then you see ones that seem untouchable, you know, and then someone steps in and they completely butcher it, rape it, just so they can have, just for the sake that, so they can have a fake IMAX. And it's not even the real deal. And they completely butchered the Empire Leicester Square, completely butchered it. So just for the sake, you can put 2 screens in between the auditorium, and plus with the money that they spent on it, it's got a sound leakage. Where some people say, yeah, I could hear that other film coming in leaking. Oh, well done. The millions of pounds, yeah, doesn't solve the sound leakage. Well, yeah. Otherwise, it'd be like turning this room into a, you know what I mean? It's doable. It's doable. Put a screen in the middle, 2 screens, and then I'll have a few seats, you know. But it's you got to have a short throw. I think one of these short throw video projectors, so it can give a big image on a short length. Otherwise, the one I've got is way back in the kitchen, way back there with a little port window in the hole in the wall. The projector's back there. Otherwise, the height of the room is very shallow, and I could barely swing a cat in the room. Wow! Yeah, so if I'm standing in the middle, and an arm's length, and a cat's on the end. I could barely swing a cat in there. Not that I would swing a cat, but I just want to see if it's possible and if it's doable to put the speakers in the room that would fit a 400-seat auditorium. Well, if I carry on putting a few more, then it'll probably fit about maybe an 800-seat auditorium. Yeah. It's looking for prices that are cheap and then buy it. And then just fit them in. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, it's a very tiny, dinky size. Dinky! But then so are some multiplexes. But then they're called they're boothless auditoriums. They got no projection room, they just got the projector system fitted in the room itself, which is kind of like home cinema sort of thing. So they kind of gone from the cinema industry has kind of really gone that way because they've adopted home cinema and put it into cinema. I could see the eyes rolling on Sir David Lean. Get that fucking thing out of this. Get my movie off of that fucking system. It'd probably say something like that, David Lean. It'd go barky mad, he would. He's created an art, and that's supposed to be played back in this way. And cinemas now are just like home cinema. The cinema now is home cinema. You still got to pay to go there, but I don't see any point or logic now going to a cinema. They use hard drives or downloads. It's the same as what you got in the home. 35 mil. 35 mil, well, you got to have a very, very, very large home, especially when you got to store all that film. Otherwise, next best thing is probably a laser disc. Doesn't take up as much, doesn't accumulate much room space as a film print, because a film print can is about that thick. An average laser disc of, say, Lawrence or Arabia is only about that thick. And yet it's a theatrical mix on the movie. It's a theatrical mix with Q dots, with the real dot. The real dot's not necessary. It's only there for when you do A, B, or C, D projector changeover, depending on how many projectors are in a projection room, and you're doing it on spools rather than on a tower where the whole film's fitted, or on a cake platter. Tower is vertical, just the same as the spools on the projector, and the cake platter's horizontal, and you can have a triple or a quad. I think I've seen a five platter. Those are very rare. Typically, I've only worked on ones that are triple or trio, a trio platter. You just have all your film on it. Yeah. But other than that, Blu-ray 4K is rubbish. It depends. It's a mixed bag. Sometimes you get some lousy near-field mixing, and it doesn't sound right on theatrical JBL cinema speakers. It sounds like, where the bloody hell's the bass gone? Oh my goodness. I compared the movie Willow a while back. I compared the THX Laserdisc to the DVD, Region 2 and Region 1, and the Blu-ray. Both were fail. Only the Laserdisc won. And I'm feeling that in my chest. Whereas the other ones, there's bass there, but I'm not getting it in the chest. It's just not happening. I'd have to make so many alterations to the playback for the film on the small disc format. I'd have to make so many alterations just to try and maybe get some of that bass. But it's so damn awkward what they've done in the bloody remix. What the bloody hell they do to it? They've had audio compression on it. They probably manipulated the stereo width and all this. Oh god, it's a mess. Absolute bloody shamble. You mix the movie once and it plays back in cinemas. Doesn't matter what size the auditorium is, you adjust the size for the playback for that auditorium size, the same you would do for the home. You don't take a system that comes out of a large premiere size auditorium and then stick it in a room. Oh wow, it's going to be like, and you got to readjust everything. You don't have to remix it and then utterly ruin it, because once it's done there, remixed, you can't undo it. It's a mess. It's made for a bloody sound bar. If there was too much bass on the system, I'll use loudspeaker management crossover. I'll turn down some of the bass there. Not a problem. You go back several decades and you got people bitching and moaning because what their systems, their AVR they're using, they very limited to what they could do. And they're bitching and whining and moaning. And then you get some idiot at Sony thinking, oh, we'll do remixes. We'll botch it up, basically. If they mess with the color with filters and all that stuff, if you got enough color filters on your OLED or your projector, or put in something additional, you could probably unfix that color mess they've done. Fucking hell, it's fucking useless, really. Sometimes I need a haircut. I think definitely, the very least next week, I need a haircut. Definitely need a haircut. Yeah. Anyway, there are a lot of projectionists that do not like near-field mixers. They're totally unnecessary. So every time you buy a new copy of Titanic, rest assured it's going to be a near field. And they've probably got that C6 color, what they put on that other DVD, and then they stuck it on the Blu-ray. The Blu-ray, I don't even bother playing. I don't even bother playing the Blu-ray version anymore. It's good enough. It's only good enough for the cat litter. Plus, it's got that color artifact right in the beginning. It's got this color banding noise effect, and I noticed that I picked up on that when I first saw it down at Empire Cinemas at Tower Park, screen number 6, and I projected that movie at Warner Brothers back in 1998, 35mm. I had to project it by hand. Me and other projectionists, we had to project it, take turns. I'll take 10 minutes doing this, and then you take over and take 10 minutes doing it, because it is bloody wearing. You think, why the bloody hell are we doing this with all this state-of-the-art technology? And someone else mentioned, I'm thinking there's a conspiracy going on there with the cake platter. They're notorious for breaking down or something. But you had the same issue with Titanic. It kind of, I think there was someone out there going around cinemas, slipping in when they see all the projection team going out, going for a coffee break, and they slip in, and then, or maybe they come in at night time, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's some sort of industrial sabotage going on. But no, they were just notorious for breaking down. Not that I knew that, I only read that, and someone said they're just notorious for breaking down. Otherwise, the audience didn't even know Titanic was being projected by hand. We had to wind off the cake platter So the film goes to the projector. There's sprockets on it and pulling the film through. But if there isn't enough specific tension of winding that film off, because it's pretty heavy and it's pulling, if there it will snap. The film will just snap, or get so I don't know, stuck in the film gate or whatever. It'll just break. So you got to wind it off. The other platter was okay. That motor was okay, so it's winding the film back onto the platters, but we had to wind it off over 3 hours, probably three and a half hours, because you got advertisements and you got trailers and then you got feature film, or advertisements, trailers, Dolby trailer, and then feature film. Yeah. And it happened to happen on the opening night. Oh my goodness. There are 12 screens. There are four of them are very small, and they got vertical masking rather than horizontal. Got 4 medium-sized screens with horizontal masking, and 4 large auditoriums with horizontal masking. And all the 4 screens were all booked up. I think a few of the medium sizes were booked up, and only a few of the smaller ones were booked up for the opening night. Titanic was playing in one of the large auditoriums, Lethal Weapon 4 in one of the other large auditoriums, Armageddon in one of the other large auditoriums, and Saving Private Ryan in one of the other large auditoriums. And I think that god-awful bloody The Avengers with that bloody Sean Connery, that was playing in one of the medium-sized ones, and oh god, that was an awful movie. I had to sit through and review film prints at time. Got to check the quality of the film print. Is it knackered and all this? Is it got bad scratches all over? Check continuity. Oh, for Christ's sakes. It was just me sat in an auditorium, personally. Oh, I got the auditorium to myself. But it's not there for fun. It's there to check in and making sure the print's okay. Yeah, that Avengers had a terrible scene in the movie where you got these things flying around, and it was just bending my ears. I think, what the bloody hell? I'm sticking my fingers in my ears. I couldn't bear it. It was too bloody loud. It sounded so unnatural. That's like listening to that's like putting using the Room EQ Wizard and using the multi-tone. Using the multi-tone here. You play that through all the speakers at a certain sound, maybe 80 dB. I tell you, after about a minute of that, I tell you, you'd probably want to go out and throw up. Oh, the tones, they mess with your head. Oh, don't ever listen to that without earplugs. And then you start speaking afterwards, and you think, what the bloody hell's wrong with my voice? It sounds all whooshy. It really messes up with your hearing. It will damage it if you play it at a stupid sound pressure level. Otherwise, it's there for testing specifics, not giving you a bloody nauseous, bloody hearing issue after. Otherwise, pink noise is not too bad. Otherwise, multi-tone is a series of sine wave tones. And if you've got a microphone near a speaker, and you can see how crooked that bloody frequency response on that speaker is, because every speaker do not sound alike. They haven't got a frequency response that is transparent. That's why you need an equalizer with at least 20,120 PEQ filters, because sine wave tone. Not that I don't have to play any sine wave tone sound, but go to the what's it here, and there you go. Every one of those is a sine individual sine wave tone. Go from 20 to 20, that's 20,000. Then you got to go down into a little bit lower, and there's no point going above it because we can't hear, but we can feel sound with bass shakers, tactile, so forth. It go down to 10 there, but then you click on here, it go down a little bit lower. So you need a wide range of filters, and there is not a single EQ thing on the market that I can see that covers that range. Otherwise, otherwise Odyssey or whatever, the Rack, Genesis, are completely and utterly useless to me. Because at the end of the day, they're still going to use some smoothing and trading off, cutting corners. That's like you got a piece of wood, you got a piece of sandpaper, and that wood is a little bit crooked. Sandpaper it, spirit level, a little more, check it, spot on. Yet sandpaper is so cheap. Equalizers aren't. Yet that an equalizer is equalizing, say, like sanding down the wood, if you get my understandable meaning on that, because that's how I look at it. But there isn't a bloody EQ system on the bloody planet. Well, unless it's in a think tank somewhere or used by the NSA or something. Otherwise, it's not available that I can see on the consumer market. I know it's possible to make one, at least a 32 channel outboard, and then I can connect it on the system. I can't use what is on there. I have other systems in my B chain. This is what's called a B chain. If I want to hybrid this Atmos thing, because everyone thinks, oh, it's great. But I know what to look for. I know what to listen for. I know what to feel for. They need to have these EQ things outboard, not built into the bloody thing. Because you might be adding on other things in the system. And if you've got another matrix decoder thing there, it has the frequency response on the outputs in stereo have got to be equal. If you make any adjustments on the equalization before it reaches that additional matrix to go, the EQ is going to be all like that. It's all going to be all over the place. So you're not going to get a proper center phantom signal. It'll be all over the bloody place. It'll be like that thing where people say, oh, the dialogue's leaking out into the surround and over into the left and right. It's out of phase. It's got to be spot on. And then you do the equalization afterwards. And that's with a microphone near to the speaker. You check those speakers out one by one by one. Doesn't matter what the bloody manufacturer says. You buy all these fancy wisdom speakers. Oh, crikey, I think they're overrated. Bloody snake oil. Bloody prices they charge on it. And then the other absurd thing about it is, oh, if you want it installed and calibrated and all this, you know how much that costs? Oh, that's ridiculous. It's a load of bullshit. Most clients probably don't know how to do their systems, and most people are millionaires. They know. I'm surprised they got a bloody driving license to drive a bloody car, for Christ's sake. Otherwise, once the installer's done all that, they just use the crappy remote. Look at the size of this bloody pathetic thing for that bloody processor. Are you kidding me? Does this look like it was designed by Bang & Olufsen? That takes the piss, that does, that remote. It really does take the piss. But it's only got a few basic commands to do. It's only got a few basic commands. Otherwise, mostly it's done here on the software, on the computer here or on the computer there. But there's no backup. They should have put something here so you can connect onto, and then it connects to, or they should have made this a touch screen, made the screen a little bit larger, a bit like the data sat processor. where it's got a touchscreen. Because you got to turn this dial, you got to press some buttons here, select the format, and then press, or use the laptop, and then it's a little bit quicker on the laptop. But really, that's not behaving like in the sense of a proper professional cinema processor. So if that button there is flashing, little button there flashing, that's telling me I'm standing by ready to switch over to another cinema processor or another sound mode or something, depending on what I've got rigged onto this processor. And then boom, I press, it's instant with the sound. With consumer and all this stuff, it takes about a few seconds to get the sound locked on. About at least 10 or 11, I can't remember what the time is. I think it's really ridiculous for video. So if you do video mode change, it takes quite a while for the video projector or even an OLED. It takes many seconds. I could have performed a whole fucking lens changeover, aperture plate, light, dowser, sound unmuting, sound format masking. I could have performed all that 35mm in less of the time than it took for this damn thing. Plus the fact when changing aspect ratio on the OLED, crikey, I've got to click this button so many times. Click, click, click. So that's like 1-2 clicks there, plus enter. That's another click. Click down. That's another click. And oh bloody hell! I could do that a whole lot quicker on a 35. Oh, I do miss those days. Yeah. Yeah, wave to the future, isn't it? I bet a lot of people just didn't, oh, why am I getting my titties in a tiz war here, huh? Because they were promising this was all going to be quick and fast. That's bullshit. They were promising digitals. It's going to be good and better and everything. Oh, that's more bullshit lies. Look at where cinema is now. Cinema now is kaput. It's finished. It's done in. Thanks to digital. Yeah. Then you look at the economics of a 70mm print. 70mm prints are not cheap; they're expensive. With magnetic sound, the process is very expensive. So do it digitally with time coding. Cuts the cost down slightly. Essentially, the sound is not really digital. The sound is still coming from a magnetic source. If it was, depending on what is recorded or how sound was captured or processed or whatever. Some early days they were using digital recorders, but very in their infancy, and then recording sound and processing, but it was still going on to a magnetic tape. And now you can do all sorts of things. Yeah. Nearly all the vintage movies you listen to on disc are all from magnetic soundtrack recording. And they sound brilliant. They sound the process, the art and such. It's brilliant compared to some of the other stuff today. There. Come on, stop it. Because I'm getting very dramatic here. My cats are trying to... I've got a bit of a mutiny at the moment. I've got a little bit of a cat mutiny. This is mutiny! Oh, dear. Anyway, who else is going to rant? What are they going to bite their tongue and not say a damn word? Actual cinema itself could come back, but there are big players out there that don't want it. Oh, well, it's their hard luck because now it looks like it's all going backfired on them and it's going downhill and it's not going to return. There'll be just a few cinemas out there that will still get hold of film prints, but there won't be any more coming out the studios. It will inevitably, you know. And frankly, with roughly about over 5 billion movies worldwide, I think there's quite enough content out there of stories to go and watch. Otherwise, get a life. Not to mention there's trillions, literally trillions in music, TV and TV shows and such. Well, infamous billions in the TV shows. Worldwide. There, will you stop going behind the OLED? That's what I've got to deal with, cats. Yeah, I see some people have got very small rooms. I think, well, I looked at one guy's home cinema and his room was probably just about the size of this room. Probably about this. Yeah, it's amazing. I managed to put theatrical JBL cinema speakers behind the screen. Same speakers that are used at a small cinema that's local. Only the room or hall is a bit larger. Will you stop going behind this OLED, Bear? My cat Bear has got a serious attitude. He has got a serious attitude. I'm just going to have to give a little survey back here. Yeah, because he'll find something back here and try and push his head up through because it's not 100% secure back there. Well, usually if he pushes his head somewhere up there, he'll probably see it and he'll probably think, no, I can't get through it, and he'll back away from it. But if a cat whiskers can fit, the cat can fit. And I don't want him behind that screen. If I play something, it's going to be damn loud. Fucking loud. Then it would be a little bit back here, so I don't want my cat back there. I don't want his hearing fucking damaged. Plus they're cables. And cats like when they touch something and then they see it move, then they touch it again. Then they start sticking their teeth into the fucking thing, don't they? Otherwise, if it doesn't move, cat's not interested. Once it moves, they're predators. He's doing it again. Bear, come up here. No, I know, sneaky tactic. Go on, fuck off. Sneaky cat. I'm not feeding them. My cats are being fucking fed. Go feed yourself. Oh, fucking hell. I'm trying to relax and I've got my cats bloody having a fucking mutiny. Mutiny on the county. Yeah, the county rather than the bounty. The county. The catty. Mutiny on the catty. This is mutiny, Mr. Magic. I'll see you hang for this. Walk the plank. Oh no, Magic's a good cat. Magic's a good cat down there. It's Bear. He's Mr. Christian. Maybe he is. Maybe he's reincarnated. That's, well, yeah. Yeah. We want better food rations, or we're gonna mutiny this bloody ship. Oh, they're gonna set me in a little home cinema and put me to sea somewhere. Oh, they want it for themselves. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, so every time I've got to go into this storm processor, I've got to check the main audio input. Sometimes I like to run the Dolby CP750. I like to get the 200 all back up and running. Nice piece of cinema equipment. That has nice piece of history. That nice bit of industrial cinema history. Just in time for the Empire Strikes Back, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So okay, that there. Send the link in it. Okay. Wait, stop it there. Go on. Leave magic alone. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where the heck am I going to put these other speakers? I have no idea. I need 8330s. I need some 8330s there to go in, otherwise I've got a cut corner. I've got to use some JBL Control 5. A blast from the past. Otherwise I've got the XLR cable, it just arrived. You don't like that he hisses, my cat magic hissing, because Bear is doing something, makes magic. The magic doesn't like it. Otherwise the weather's a little bit crap today, isn't it? No, actually the weather's brilliant. The weather outside is absolutely 100% brilliant. For which, if we didn't have any of that, it'd be a damn dry as a bone outside. Huh? You want to go down South America to Chile, where it's not had a drop of bloody rainwater in 500 years. Talk to me about drought. Damn, that is dry down to humidity levels of like 4%. Bit dry hair in it. I need a drink. Oh, flipping that. You'd be able, I suppose, if you're out there, you'd feel it in your hands when you rustle your hand, because sometimes your hands get moist and sticky or whatever, or dry, depending on humidity. Damn. NASA sometimes go down there because it's about near assimilation to Mars condition. Yeah. Yet you go a little bit further up to North America, Nevada, Death Valley, bloody temperatures are baking, the hottest region on the planet. You'd thought it'd be somewhere like Africa or Sahara. It's the opposite way. Temperatures get soaring hot. Unreal. I'm pretty sure there are aliens here involved. The aliens have been here probably since the probably since the invention of radio, and then transmissions going out at the speed of light under low power on the earlier ones, under low power, but still traveling at the speed of light. Yeah. Definitely aliens on this planet. Ooh. Do 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 do. Yeah, what the fuck am I looking? I'm going around looking on this computer. Fucking hell. That's what it all is now. It's just computer thing. Oh yeah, HDMI. Oh yeah, switch over the. Oh yeah, check the out. Oh yeah, I'm on sub number 2. Got to change it back over to there. Change that down to there. So you got preset mode. You got source mode on here. Source. Got a source mode, and then you got preset, and then you got array type, or preferable upmix. By the upmix is a load of rubbish. I can do way better than that bloody upmixer. I could put if you want to blow the system that would put that native kind of upmixing sort of thing. I can do way better than that for one of anyone out there. Way better. Way better. Because all it is a matrix decoder connected on the front left and right, and all it is passing through. You got Dolby, you got DDS, and you got Aura. Aura is a dead sound format now, so take that off the list. Between me listening to, say, like the differences between the DSU and the Neural X, everyone's got their different slight opinion to how they want to process the matrix and how to filter certain crosstalk sounds. So if a sound is on the left sound in a matrix, it might crosstalk a little bit into the surround. And so all they're trying to do there is make a filter to minimize that sort of thing. But you got to have crackerjack hearing to notice that. And the only way you notice that is when you mute the front, left, and right, and you can hear the crosstalk. Otherwise, you got them turned on, you get audio masking, you wouldn't notice it. And it's so low down as well. So on the crosstalk, until you get some sound pan that is about equal level to the front, and you notice it, and the sound here fades away, and there's another sound there, but the other sound fades into the surround, you notice it. Otherwise, I could do way better than this. I would put a matrix, I would use preferably a PL2X decoder, one attached to the front, left, and right, an additional one attached to the side surround, and an additional one attached to the rear back. So if using Dolby stereo mode or disc or such, you can switch it on, and then some of that sound will go from the side surrounds and it will go above and do in stereo on the overhead with a below surround as well. So I'll put another below surround, so you got to make sure it. Wow, why didn't these manufacturers? Why didn't Dolby do this from day one when they were thinking? Huh? How many were in that room? There must have been at least more than 5 people, and around a table. And what? This is the best they can come up with? Come on. Because when I hear sound crosstalk going from the a sound pan, that is, when I was listening to on the what is it called? The Marantz processor I brought. I still got it in my cupboard. And I noticed the crosstalk. I was thinking, there's something weird about this. This doesn't sound like it's doing a real wow sort of thing. It's a bit of a cheat. And thinking some of that sound kind of really belongs up front. It doesn't belong in the because it's, I don't know what the heck it's doing, but it was completely backward. And it gets worse. And when listening to specific sounds that are on the surround back channel, I was noticing crosstalk that was specifically coming from the front. So it wasn't really processing the surround channel much itself. Like anyone that still has, or maybe an AVR receiver with Dolby Digital, Dolby Pro Logic 2X. Okay, when you use the Pro Logic 2X, it really makes a good extension to the surround channel. It doesn't take any sound from the front, okay, unless you are playing Dolby stereo 424 matrix. That's left total, right total, going into the inputs of the RCA phono. And then, of course, yeah, it adds a stereo synthetic effect to the movie, which doesn't belong. Doesn't belong on Star Wars. That's not how Star Wars was played back in the cinemas back in 1977. You've got to have a still. That AVR probably can't even revert to Dolby Pro Logic 424 matrix. I'm not having a go at PL2X. I think it's great for stereo surrounds on a digital film mix. It's great. It has a great extension, makes the sound pan nicely. Whereas some movies where, like Mission to Mars, and they're in a room, you've got these people that are looking at a TV screen, and then the camera does this pan around, and then the sound is going from off screen over to here onto the array of surround, and then it goes onto the back surround all at the same time, both speakers, and then pans back over. But with the PL2X, it pans along and then goes on to the next speaker there at the back, and then the next, and then pans over. So it's got a bit of a more better steering effect. So yeah, if I was making a hybrid Atmos upmix thing, I would use a PL2X. You do quite a bit with that, and there's so plenty of them on eBay. They're so cheap as chips, and they got built-in amplifiers, so you don't have to. You can cut some corners on the amplifiers. You want to look out the window? No, he doesn't want to look out the window. I think you're going to use your litter. Use your litter? No? Oh, okay, he doesn't want to use the litter then. Yeah. Yeah. You could say I've got a compulsive disorder with this sort of thing. Well, then so's Dolby Labs, but I don't think their compulsive disorder is really that good. Otherwise, they would have come up with something a lot better. And yet they give it's just a small trimmings. It's like going to a restaurant, you get a lousy bloody roast dinner or something. Oh. Oh well. At least I discovered and came across it, and then I can just think, okay, I could do better than that, and I'll just add it on. Sometimes I've got to use the DSU because it's going through the computer or something. I've got no choice. Otherwise, I'd have something else rigged up, so I bypass it. If I want to play proper Dolby Stereo 424 without the fake stereo surround. Though I don't mind it, but sometimes it just doesn't fit a certain movie. It just doesn't seem to fit. Oh yeah, I've got to go to speakers, haven't I? What speakers are turned on, what turned off, and I've got to go to the kitchen and turn on the other ones. Yeah, the ones are muted on the crown. Yeah, I'm just going to turn a few of them on. Run the movie Gravity, which is playing back in cinemas again. In smaller auditoriums, I think. Wait. Especially downtown. They don't want to put it in the Atmos screen. Weird that, isn't it? I don't think that movie even played in Dolby Atmos downtown when that cinema. No, it didn't. No. The cinema opened a few years later. Yeah, so yeah. I wonder how many people know. Oh, you've been fed. I wonder how many people would know, thinking, "Hey, this is Gravity. This is Atmos, isn't it? Why is it in this screen? Why is it not in the other screen?" Huh? I bet not hardly any customers would even moan or complain. I bet you. Turn that one off. Turn that one on. Just listen to the below surround. That one off, that one off, that one on. That one off. Okay. Okay. You can't hear the sound quality here because it sounds whooshy. Yeah, if you're on a CB radio, amazing the microphone can pick it up, and sometimes, yeah, it's like everything. Always get this whooshy sound effect. Unless you're recording, actually doing a recording upload, sort of for a proper upload, then the sound quality is better. Yeah. Weird, isn't it? I've heard better sound on the bloody CB radio. Fucking hell. See, I've got to do all this shit. Okay, now. Fade her up a bit. Ooh, wow, look at that. PG-13. Mute sound. Unmute. Turn the fader up. That's below surround channels working. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not sure that was on my blur. I didn't have the other channels turned on. I'm pretty sure they were on bypass. Pretty sure they were on bypass. Oh no, unless they're turned on. No, I checked the other ones. They were turned off on that amplifier 4, and the dog channels were also turned down. Wow. Just walk around the room. Just down there. Down there. Down there. That's a mono matrix on the SA10. Down there. Down there, over there. Sounds very, wow. And of course at the back. Down here at the back of the seats. Behind on the floor. Yeah, that's my below surround. It's a bit of a crosstalk sort of thing, but when I blend in the other channels and blend it in by ear carefully, otherwise, that's the gravity. I'm not ready yet to make another what's called a theatre mode. I'm not ready yet to do that, so I've got to put some more cable in if I can get the cable through. They're just probably about that much thickness. I can just probably, but might have to put a bit of Vaseline on the cable because it gets a little bit tight, and I'll pull it, get it through. And then once I change the new settings, this display will change. It will get a little bit different inside the scale of it. There'll be more output channels along the side and on the back surround. But I think really it's okay for the room. It's okay. Just play that opening again, and that was just the blow surround. If you can just hear something, familiar with the movie, but all the rest of the sounds and all the other channels are turned off. They're all muted. Actually, I could unmute some of the ones in the front on the DC Hex. Just unmute some of the LCR because this has got a five screen. It's got a left center, right center on it. There's quite a bit of bass coming off that screen channel. I think I might want to put the dynamic range audio compressor on because it relaxes some of the dynamic level. Otherwise, that was getting I'm not sure how close in dBA. As long as it's under 85 dBA. It's interesting sound. Just put the other channels on, the other screen channels on. Mm-hmm.
Houston, I have a bad feeling about this mission. Please expand. Okay, let me tell you a story. In 96, I've been up here for 42 days. Every time I passed over Texas, I looked down, knowing that Mrs. Kowalski was looking up, thinking of me. 6 weeks of blowing kisses to that woman. Then we landed Edwards, and I find out that she's run off with this boy. So I packed my car and headed to Q1. You've told this story, Kowalski. As Houston recalls, she took off in your 74 GTO. Engineering requests fuel status on the jetpack prototype. 5 hours off the reservation, and I show 30% drain. My compliments to engineering. Except for a slight malfunction in the knowing of the roll axis, this jetpack is one prime piece of thrust. Engineering says thank you. Tell them I still prefer my 67 Corvette, though.
Yes.
We know the Corvette story, man.
Yes. I still prefer my Dolby CP200. We know the CP200 story.
We're going to miss you, Matt. Card reboot in progress. Thank you, Doctor. Sharif, what's your status?
So with a PL, an average Pro Logic, that only does 4-channel steering, whereas a PL2X would do up to about 7. That's 5, 6. Yeah, that's 4. That's 5, 6, 7. No, it's 8. No, it's 8, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. And so 1, 2, 3. And then 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's 7. Yeah, 7. You can't count. You could use the sub filter on it, on the AV receiver if you're using one, and connecting and expand the Atmos to be a little bit more steerable, or maybe some hidden Easter eggs. Just depends on how good the mix is done. Might get sounds that just go in different positions, and it's like, oh wow, especially when it's in space, because there's really nothing there to reference. You're completely weightless. All the transmission sounds I keep hearing and appearing over up in that position or over that position, they're isolated discreetly, and they're panning as the camera is moving, and all this, and these radio transmissions are going out. There's no. Otherwise, those transmissions will still be going out into space. Wow, the Foley's great on this. That's good Foley. That's exactly what you would feel or hear if you put earplugs in your ear and then start handling something and you feel the sound, you hear it in your head, this in-cavity sound sort of thing. But you take the earplugs out, you don't notice it. That's clever. That's a clever Foley effect, that.
1 hour.
Outstanding. Installing your system in the Hubble is the purpose of this mission, and so we appreciate your patience, Doctor. Kowalski, we know you don't care about things like this, but for your information...
Some of the dialogue panning is moving away, and it's starting to fade and disappear.
75 minutes shy?
Because it's panning elsewhere discreetly. I can't hear the other sound now because all the other channels are turned off. You get this whirry kind of solar space sound wind.
Appreciated.
Thank you, Houston. Mind if I join the fun?
Wow.
Certainly.
How you feeling?
Are you Chihuahua that's being tumble dried?
Well, it's been a rough week. Makes you feel any better. I coughed up everything but my kidneys on my first ride.
Sorry.
Not that you would hear the sound on the outside, but on the inside on the spacesuit, because you've got an air pressure there. And then boom, that sound is going to resonate inside the, because there's air pressure there. Except on the outside. There's no air pressure on the outside.
NORAD reports a Russian satellite has incurred a missile strike. The impact
Wow.
created a cloud of debris.
Wow, all those bumps. You put earplugs in, right, and then start walking down the road. All you hear is thump, 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 thump. And I'll tell you, most people probably couldn't deal with it. It drives even me a bit potty. You got to have special footwear, so it's a little bit more absorbed because it depends on the footwear. Okay, otherwise you hear this thump, 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 thumping sound. Oh, but you still hear it even when you just don't notice it because you haven't got earplugs in. You still hear an external sound out there, and that external sound and the frequency is probably about there. Whereas when you put the earplugs in, then and this external sound gets filtered out, and then you start hearing the internal sound, boom, boom, boom. Wow.
And to think he went to Harvard. Gotta admit one thing. Can't beat the view. So what do you like about being up here?
The silence. I could get used to it. Mostly that sound is on the side surround, but they're muted at the moment. Even though they're still partly in a way connected. Because the below surround are connected to the overhead or the signals of the stereo or the plus there's additional also that I can turn on.
Gotta admit one thing. Can't beat the view.
I've got an additional signal there I can turn on.
What do you like about being up here?
I've only got one decoder there, which is only attached to one of the side surround. So when it's using the pan through or such, only one sound's going to be activated through that channel, through that decoder. Otherwise, I'll need a series of these, so I can get certain phantom sounds going elsewhere rather than floating in between. Just have them physically move in a different position elsewhere in the room.
sorry.
You're the expert, Doctor. It's your call.
Houston, I have a bad feeling about this mission.
Please elaborate.
That's the same feeling I had about Mardi Gras 1987.
That is affirmative. Surprisingly, control hasn't heard the Mardi Gras story.
Well, it's day one, and I'm bumping my way down Bourbon Street looking for a sister of a friend of mine. Streets are full of people. I think there's no way I'm going to find this girl.
Proceeding to override?
And all of a sudden, I look up, and there she is. I'm about to yell out. And I see she's holding hands with some short, hairy guy in board shorts and a Margaritaville shirt. And then I realize that this guy is not a guy. That my girl is holding hands with this.
ISS, this is Houston. Explorer, this is Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Mission abort. Mission abort. Initiate emergency disconnect from hull. Begin re-entry procedure. ISS initiate emergency evacuation.
Copy all Houston engine work. Matt,
A lot of
immediate
bumps
return
in
to
this
Explorer.
movie.
Immediate return.
I think you want a Halloween movie, it's got spooky bumps and that put gravity on. Damn, I tell you, those bumpy sounds. Wow.
Copy all. Put a bow on it, Dr. Stone.
I can't. The board is still initializing.
I'm not going to ask you again.
1 second.
Not 1 second. Now. Shut it down. That's an order.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm done.
Wow.
Street, let's do this.
Roger, man.
I can't. The board is still initializing.
I'm not going to ask you again.
1 second.
Not 1 second. Now.
Nice bit of dialogue panning in the 5 screen with half on the other screen channels. Wow. If there was one other movie first to this, probably with lots of dialogue panning, Mad World. It's got a lot of dialogue panning on it, directional dialogue panning, or directional dialogue, and sound effects. They, cars and that, like they pan and through, on wide shots, or if you got 5 people or maybe 6 or 7 people in a film shot. Typically, and you hear the voice pan there, and that go there, and that one there, and then that over there. And it's like they're actually in the room or present, kind of, even though it's artificial. If I was listening to 5 people outside, or maybe inside, and I'm positioned in the middle. So I'll be, both ears are going to hear one person there coming from the middle, the next person speaking over, so I might hear a sound there with a little bit on this side, but mostly this side, and then the next side, a little bit there, and very teeny little bit because of where the position is and the reflection and the time it takes for the sound, and then coming round and what ears picking up first. That's how we hear. That's how we hear. That's how we're supposed to hear a movie or dialogue and such. Not in the center all the time. Might as well just be a mono film mix. But, typically that's what Dolby say. Yeah, we want dialogue in the middle and all that. It's a load of nonsense. You don't have to follow their what's it, If you can mix it artistically and that, you can use it pretty well on Dolby Stereo 424. Well, occasionally it may have a little filter in the, coming out in the surround, but it's minimal. Depending on the loudness of the screen channel, you don't notice it, but and then if you want to pan a dialogue in a 424, of course it's going to come out on both, all the surround array all at the same time. Unless you have a single speaker, and then it's only going to come out at one position where, maybe located right at the back of the room, so it's only going to come out on one position. Or you could do some additional things like have the vocal or some part of the frequency range in the middle, and then everything else around, and then filter it so it's a little bit so it's going to have a low frequency kind of playback, a mercy sort of surrounding sort of thing. There's bundles of ways of playback a certain movie and that, and there's not many movies that have got sort of that pan. I haven't played a Mad World for a 424 matrix to see how well it plays back, you know. Got it on the Blu-ray. It's okay. It's okay.
That's an order.
Sorry.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm done.
Whoa. It's close. I tell you, there's a lot of bass, a humongous amount on the screen channel. Humongous amount. I like to experiment with this movie. It's really a benchmark. It's my demo benchmark in the THX cinema here. So I don't need to go downtown and bloody watch this downtown. Even if they did play it in Atmos, I'll be putting my fingers in my ear most of the time. It got loud at the opening part there, but the Odeon downtown, the iSense, hasn't got enough bass on it. Hasn't got enough bass. Might as well just, that's what I say. It's all home cinema. Cinema has become home cinema. Might as well just stay at home now. And slowly cinema will gradually fade out. And if those Hollywood people keep striking, keep the strike up, guys, keep it going. Because I just want to see the demise of cinema. That sounds selfish. That may sound selfish. That I just want to see its demise. Because it's just woke with Disney rubbish and all the time and Marvel garbage. I'm not getting it. I like action movies, don't get me wrong, but I don't like it when they're completely utterly woke. I just rather let it go. Boom. There'll still be about 4.5 billion movies out there worldwide to pick and choose from. Not all of them are going to be in Atmos, stereo, and all that. Most of them, majority, bulk of them, are going to be in mono. And mono mixes are pretty good sometimes. But if you've got a home cinema that's only got a little dinky center channel speaker, it's not going to reproduce very well. You're going to augment some of the low end into the sub bass and make a filter change on that sub bass. So, it's sort of got a little higher range rather than a lower range. And so it picks up more bass sound of the vocal tracks as such, and then play it through, and then it'll sound like, wow. That's amazing. You just move that Hubble. That Hubble would weigh tons. You can just little ease and move it. A little bit of an ease and move it. Wow. I wouldn't mind a 5-screen master fader here, because my LCR are down on here, and the left center, right center are up here, and the LFE is up on here as well, for up in the front, and then the other LFE signal or sub is located behind the OLED, and one at the back of the room. And additional, there's bass shakers on the seat bucket and on the floor, which I've got to still perfect. So why people say bass shakers are like a gimmick, because you're mostly feeling in the seat and your feet are not noticing it, because if you were in a vehicle, your feet are on the floor, you'd notice vibration there, though most people wouldn't notice that. Yeah. Only a very few percentage of people are going to be aware of certain things. not everyone's going to notice these sort of things. That's where you learn. That's where you learn from others. Like when walking around, I feel the vibration. It's a standing sort of sound, feel vibration. It is where I'm walking. It's there and it's there. It's always. But anyone else in the room, they hear different vibrations. Because where things are moving around. Wow. I do like this other bass shaker down there. That is pretty good. Oh, this thing weighs so damn it. Oh, flipping heavy. Oh, this one's pretty beast compared to the other one, which is not bad. These ones are attached to the seat. So I'm going to put this one on the floor because of the weight seems to be pretty good there. Just laying on the floor, for crying out loud. Of course, I'll screw it down eventually. Because certain frequencies, certain frequencies, sine wave tones are played through. It's like I need to press it down a little bit. Okay, so it needs to be screwed down because of a certain frequency. When it gets to other frequencies, it's checking all those frequencies and checking the voltage level, but it's not overdone. Otherwise, they can. In the hands of someone that's inexperienced with a bass shaker, the chances are very high they will blow it up. And then, they got to buy another one and they'll blow it up again. You got to use a voltmeter on the damn thing and some test equipment. RTA microphone. Believe it or not, those things do get audible. And you could put a microphone up to it and check the frequency response, as well as check it electronically or acoustically, mechanically. There's so many ways. Otherwise, bass shakers should not really draw too much attention to being too much vibration sound, rattling sounds. Otherwise, anything like this, I shake it, it rattles. Of course it does. If I do certain things to my, I could hear certain resonances on my own body. That one needs a little bit secure in that one there. It's attached down, but yeah. So what? Big fucking deal. So my fucking seats rattle. I put my hand on a fucking car seat and that's fucking making a fucking sound. Big fucking deal. Oh. Other than that, you shouldn't hear any rattle sound from speakers or anything, or the room itself. The only sound that when they put rattle sounds, that's put in on the soundtrack. So like Star Trek 4, the time travel warp thing, and the whole bird of prey's rattling, shaking and rattling. That's on the soundtrack. Okay, and then echo effects is added and so forth, and a room should be acoustically pretty much dead. Shouldn't have a bloody live sound of the damn thing. Otherwise, you add that in on a soundtrack. You don't want to hear an echo. And then when typical vocal dialogue is spoken, it comes back so many times to your ear. When they're speaking fast dialogue, you can't understand it because the first part of the word and the next overlaps, and you just hear echo. And the same thing would happen to music. The music's getting repeated so many bloody times with the echo in the auditorium. And the sound effects, of course. Not to mention the fact that it adds a few more dB loudness to the whole damn thing. Come in there, Magic. Come in here, Madge. Madge. I don't know why you're coming up here. Come up here. Why you want to be there? Magic. You only come up here if I've got some food in my hand. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. Let's have a look on the remote. Wow. Brilliant. Hey boys, it's just immaterial at the end of the day, isn't it, sweeties? Yeah. You all right there, Madge? So go to system, speaker settings. Keeps me on my toes. But that's annoying, Bear. You're starting to be annoying. So look at this. Oh, man. So now, what's that? Okay, it's configured back there. Wow. Check that's on that one there. Go to speak, check the EQs on this. Have I got equal PEQ filter? Sounds like it. I can use an EQ on this storm if I want to, but it's got to be done with equal level adjustment, equal frequency, equal level. Otherwise, the if it's done independently, sort of thing, it would mess up any additional decodering I want to do. So it's ideal just put a filter in and tame down some of the brightness on the middle frequencies or something, except for the very high frequency. Just taming the other frequencies. I think this one's given up on this bloody thing now. Yeah, I think it's definitely the soldering on these rubbish things. What are called durable. I think these wire cable things are a little bit too tight. They need to be flexible. No, I'm not getting a voltage input. I'll get the other one. It's definitely a flawed on the. For all I know, the bloody wires come off of bloody soldering on that. It's fucking pathetic. The fucking design is pathetic. It's not exactly foolproof tested. Magic proof. Yes, this cable's slightly different. It's a little bit more flexible. Where's the other one? Where is it? This one here seems a little bit, it's different cable they've used. This one's a bit more smoother. So it's likely the soldering's come undone on the end there. If I strip it back, I can probably get to it, solder it back on, if I can get to the pins, and then put a heat shrink over it. Personally, I'd rather take the whole fucking cable off and put something a bit more flexible on there. Bear, will you stop it? Wow. Put some pink noise out. Do a check. Use the storm generator. So I'll turn off the other speakers here. Where are they going to be? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I've got surround mode. Am I on the SATA? I'm on channel B. I'm on channel B up there. Switch that over to channel A. Let's do some pink noise checking. Turn it to pink. Turn the fader down, turn it on. Let's turn that crossover up on there. Put that on Link Riley. Up to 3. So put that as pretty low as it'll go. Put that up to 303. 303 there. Up to 303. Turn that one off. Uh-huh. There. That sounds a little bit too loud there. Let's try a few tricks. UD bass cab. It's a bit soft there. Okay. Okay. It's a bit loud there. Okay. Trim down levels on the trim level on the variable art. Not think I feed you tonight. You've been fed this afternoon. It's still running on there. Pink noise. Still got pink noise running on there. Oh yeah, turn those down. Let's see. Down a bit more. Down a bit. Okay. That is weird. Though pink noise is playing on the Storm audio, if I play back a chapter, repeat a chapter, not that you hear it, I'll take my word for it, okay? Anyway, you probably just watched the VU meters there, but anyway, it doesn't matter. That's just the pink noise that's outputting. If I play a chapter back, repeat a chapter on gravity, so I'm just going to repeat a chapter. Yeah, there's a slight level. So I'll do it again. I didn't have the camera lined up, but yeah, there's a slight interruption in the pink noise signal. It should be isolated. It's because it's all DSP software now. It's connected. Shouldn't do that. Do that on a professional Dolby Cinema processor. It ain't gonna do that sort of thing. But yeah, that's one other little gremlin that I've noticed. Okay, take the pink noise off. Turn it off for a sec. No, keep it on for a second more. Let's check the bass cab. That's a little bit too much deeper rumble there. Just a little bit higher. I think go over those again. That's just a little bit too low. It's a little bit too low, I think. Okay. This is a fraction like that. Whew. It's the bypass switch. Close it. Close the other channel. What's that saying sign on that pink noise? Go sign. Oh, it's better. Pink noise. Ooh. Disregard that. Turn that level down there. Turn that level down. Set. Turn that fader up. Yeah, slight lag on the. So, yeah, definitely ahead again. This is a difficult. This is a difficult part of the balance. The TV twice because the extra widely thing, which yeah. So I've got to do the balance again because I changed it on the bloody amplifier, didn't I? So okay. Either increase the output. Turn it down. Up. Come up fraction early on that channel. Tiny fraction there on that. Tiny fraction. 0.1 down. Okay, both go out. Okay. So mix those up. Increase Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Fucking hell. Oh. So. That's a little bit too high. That's way too high. That. Oh yeah, turn the go back there. Oh crikey! I tell you, the system's so complicated. Turn those back up there. Turn that gain level back up there. Okay. That sounds a little bit soft. That does. It's way too high. Levels look okay. I'll turn those back to. Close that one. Just check the P keys first. They're all off. Okay, turn that off. Connect. So the filter's off. Wow. fair enough. On the RTA. Oh, it's too hard to do. No, I only want one. I want one. DK time. It's okay. Put it on. That's it there. That's it there. Difficult. So I guess it's somewhere down that range. Somewhere up at that range there. Okay. About down there range. So put the microphone close. Yeah, proper. Bring up and down. Same HF. Look at that. See this one. Right versus high. Getting that bit high now. Stop it. Stop the ball. It's going too low there now. Okay. So bring it up. suppose. There. Hmm. Hmm.
I looked down, knowing that Mrs. Kowalski was looking up, thinking of me. 6 weeks of blowing kisses with that woman. Then we landed Edwards, and I find out that she'd run off with his lawyer. So he was looking up, thinking of me. 6 weeks of blowing kisses with that woman.
What's the TVA up to? $85 DVA. Hmm. I think make a,
Okay, copy that, Explorer. Dr. Stone, Houston. Medical is concerned about your ECG reading.
I'm fine, Houston.
Well, medical doesn't agree, Doc. Are you feeling nauseous?
Not any more than usual, Houston. Diagnostics are green. Link to communications card ready for data reception. It works when we touch down tomorrow by all you guys around the break.
That's a date, Doctor. Just remember, Houston's partial to margaritas.
Booting Tom's card now. Please confirm link?
That's a negative. We're not seeing any data.
Stand by, Houston. I'm going to reboot the comms card.
Standing by.
Houston, I have a bad feeling about this mission.
Please expand.
Okay, let me tell you a story. You're 96. You've been up here for 42 days. Every time I passed over Texas, I looked down, knowing that Mrs. Kowalski was looking up, thinking of me. 6 weeks I'm blowing kisses with that woman. Then we landed Edwards, and I find out that she'd run off with his lawyer. So I packed my car and headed to
Tijuana. You've told this story, Kowalski. As Houston recalls, she took off in your 74 GTO. Engineering requests fuel status on the jetpack prototype.
5 hours off the reservation, and I show 30% drain. My compliments to engineering. Except for a slight malfunction in the knowing of the roll axis, this jetpack is one prime piece of. I show 30%. My compliments to engineering. Except for a slight malfunction in the knowing of the roll axis, this jetpack is one prime piece of thrust.
Engineering says thank you.
Tell them I still prefer my 67 Corvette, though. Speaking of which, every time
We know the Corvette story, Matt.
even engineering.
Especially engineering. We're going to miss you, Matt.
Comms card reboot in progress.
Thank you, Doctor. Sharif, what's your status?
Nearly there. Replacing battery module A1 and
Wow. That's a little bit better. Wow.
M1, M2, M3, and M4 are complete.
Okay, copy that, Explorer. Dr. Stone, Houston. Medical is concerned about your ECG reading.
I'm fine, Houston.
Well, medical doesn't agree, Doc. Are you feeling nauseous?
Not any more than usual, Houston. Diagnostics are green. Link to communications card ready for data reception. If this works when we touch down tomorrow, all you guys around are great.
That's a date, Doctor. Just remember, Houston's partial to margaritas.
Booting comms card now. Please confirm link.
That's a negative. We're not seeing any data.
Stand by, Houston. I'm going to reboot the comms card.
Standing by.
Houston, I
off in your 74 GTO. Engineering requests fuel status on the jetpack prototype.
5 hours off the reservation, and I show 30% drain. My compliments to engineering. Except for a slight malfunction in the knowing of the roll axis, this jetpack is one prime piece of thrust.
Engineering says thank you.
Tell them I still prefer my 67 Corvette, though. Speaking of which, ever tell
We know the Corvette story, Matt.
even engineering?
Especially engineering. We're going to miss you, Matt.
Comms card reboot in progress.
Thank you, Doctor. Sharif, what's your status?
Nearly there. Replacing battery module A1 and Z.
Could you be a little more specific? Indeterminate estimates make Houston anxious.
No, Houston. Don't be anxious. Anxiety is not good for the heart. System is ready to reactivate.
Hubble telescope engaged. Upgrade fully functional. That applause you hear is for you, Sharif.
System is ready to reactivate.
Hubble telescope engaged. Upgrade fully functional. That applause you hear is for you, Sharif. Congratulations. Kick back. Take the rest of the day off. Hubble telescope engaged. Upgrade fully functional.
Anxiety is not good for the heart. System is ready to reactivate.
Hubble telescope engaged. Upgrade fully functional.
Anxiety is not good for the heart. System is ready to reactivate.
Hubble telescope engaged. Upgrade fully functional. That applause you hear is for you, Sharif. Congratulations. Kick back. Take the rest of the day off. Matt, do you have a visual on just what mission specialist Sharif is doing up there?
He appears to be doing some form of the Macarena. That would be just a best guess scenario on my part.
Dr. Stone, Houston. Medical now have you with a temperature drop to 35.9 and a heart rate rise to 70. How are you feeling?
Houston, I'm fine. Just keeping your lunch down in 0G is harder than it looks.
Okay, copy that, Explorer. Dr. Stone, Houston. Medical is concerned about your ECG reading.
I'm fine, Houston.
Well, medical doesn't agree, Doc. Are you feeling nauseous?
Not any more than usual, Houston. Diagnostics are green. Link to communications card ready for data reception. Works when we touch down tomorrow by all you guys around the bridge.
That's a date, Doctor. Just remember, Houston's partial to margaritas.
Booting comms card now. Please confirm link.
That's a negative. We're not seeing any data.
Stand by, Houston. I'm going to reboot the comms card.
Standing by.
Houston, I have a bad feeling about this mission.
Please expand.
Okay, let me tell you a story. You're 96. You've been up here for 42 days. Every time I passed over Texas, I looked down, knowing that Mrs. Kowalski was looking up, thinking of me. 6 weeks I'm blowing kisses with that woman. Then we landed Edwards, and I looked down, knowing that Mrs. Kowalski was looking up, thinking of me. 6 weeks I'm blowing kisses with that woman. Then we landed Edwards, and I find out that she's run off with his lawyer. So I packed my car, and I headed to
Tijuana. You've told this story, Kowalski. As Houston recalls, she took off in your 74 GTO. Engineering requests fuel status on the jetpack prototype.
5 hours off the reservation, and I show 30% drain. My compliments to engineering. Except for a slight malfunction in the knowing of the roll axis.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. On 3. 1.